beginning of every hearing or executive session. As chair of the House Education Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic,
Thank
and
you.
in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a executive session of bills referred to the Education Committee. Executive sessions on pending legislation may be held. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary
We can share
access
the
information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us today. Jennifer Ford, our committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. So with that, I would ask Madam Clerk.
He's gonna send
I
you
just
an email.
can take that.
He's
call.
gonna send you an email, Dan Mason.
Yeah.
Representative Myler.
Just leave it away. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. We're ready to go ahead. Representative Shaw, would you please call the roll?
Representative Cordelli,
Here in the LOB.
Representative Fall,
Here in the LOB.
Representative Allard,
Here in the LOB without the dogs.
Representative Lakis,
Here in the LOB.
Representative Moffett,
In the house.
Representative
What house?
Nodder, who is replacing Representative Don Hobson.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Sandra,
Here at home in Salisbury, and I'm home alone.
Representative Ford,
Home alone in Chester.
Representative Leon,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Stody,
In the committee room.
Representative Myler,
Here in Kentucky, in my home office.
Representative Luno,
Reporting from Hopkinton.
Representative Shaw in the committee room. Representative Cornell,
Home alone in Manchester.
Representative Tanner,
Hi, home in Georges Mills with my rescue dog Raven.
Representative Ellison,
I'm home alone here in Concord.
Representative Mullen,
Here, dialing in from Bedford.
Representative Lay,
Present from Jaffrey, New Hampshire, and I am home alone.
Representative Woodcock,
Here in Conway, New Hampshire. Home alone currently, but I expect my bride to be in anytime.
Representative Lapp,
I'm here in the LOB with the rest of the committee that's present here. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in today.
Rick, it's hard for us to hear you.
You can hear me now, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you got to press the blue button in this room. Okay, so with that, how many do we have present today, Madam Clerk?
we have a full committee, which is 20.
We have a full committee, and Representative Hobson is home with her mother, which is not doing well. So in going into our docket for today, we have these three bills which we're executing, of which we're bringing forward one of the bills which we discussed yesterday, which is the 608. We're still waiting for the amended language. One of the things we're changing on that was the effective date, which was recommended through some of the testimony we heard, which is apropos, and we need to do that. So as soon as that comes, we'll be able to jump on that one. Also, we are still waiting for a amendment for the HB 20. The amendment came through yesterday, but it had left off some of the information that was supposed to be included in that. So that too, we're going to have to wait for that amendment to come through. We have received amendments, however, for HB 594 FN. That's a bill which deals with school building aid. We have discussed this before in conjunction with 214, which we did retain. That's a school building aid bill also. This bill right here is one which is an early bill, 594. And so we will be discussing that one at this particular moment. We have several amendments here. And I want to make sure that there's nothing else in the hopper here as far as amending language. I have one that's from Representative Luno. That is 0243H. It has an amendment which deals with changing the language in the first portion of the bill, which deals with the $50 million. There's a second amendment, which is put forth by myself, which does the same thing for that section, which addresses the $50 million, pretty much accomplishes the same type of end. Just the wording is a little bit different. But the one I also have has a second portion to the bill, which identifies the need for a 10-year school facilities plan done by the Department of Education. So are there any other amendments out there on this particular bill that I don't have in front of me here?
Representative Ladd, have we received those amendments?
I think if you look on your computer, you have received them. We received them this morning just before we started. I immediately sent them out to you. I've asked the folks who are across the way to email these to you upon they're being completed. Evidently, that's not being done. So that you should have it, Representative Myler, on your computer there as an attachment. I don't know.
Sorry to interrupt, Representative Ladd. Is it Amendment 400H?
Yes.
I've just received that, and I'll send it out to the committee. Do you need copies in the room?
No, we have copies in the room. That was provided to us, but I also, when I received that, I also got a copy by way of electronics, and that I sent it out to all committee members. You do that again, would you please, Jen? And we will ensure that it's out there. I believe mine should be there in your inboxes.
Yeah, it was sent at 9:27 a.m., that amendment.
That's correct. Okay, so the question I asked, are there any other amendments out there on this particular bill? Not seeing any. I will ask Representative Cordelli for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move ought to pass with amendment to HB 594, number 0400H.
Is there a second?
Point of order.
Yeah, the motion's wrong.
We have a motion on it, so there's no point of order.
No, there is a point of order. It supersedes all motions.
Go ahead. What is your point of order, Representative?
I believe the motion should have been ought to pass on the bill and then an amendment.
Come
on.
I think that is absolutely what Representative Cordelli was trying to say. We're recommending would you please rephrase your motion, Representative Cordelli?
Yes, I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 594 and offer amendment 400H.
It's two separate.
It's two separate motions. You can't. The motion is to adopt the amendment. We first consider the amendment because they're two separate votes. So we have to vote on the amendment first before there can be a motion to.
That's correct, but I believe the wording that I just offered came from the clerk, but we will be considering the amendment first, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We need a second on that amendment. Representative Likis is recognized, and she seconds the amendment. So now we're open to discussion here, and I'm going to ask the maker of the motion if he has any thing to say, or the person that seconded it, Representative Likis. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I think that one important part of this amendment is the 10-year plan. I believe that this addition to the bill was worked out with the Department of Education, the facilities director, Ms. Clark, and I think this would help the department in planning for school renovation projects.
Okay, thank you. Representative Likis, do you have anything to add?
Just basically, we do this with our roads and it makes sense to do it with our school buildings.
Thank you very much. For those that are out on remote and I haven't had an opportunity to read the second portion of it, because the top portion is simply addressing that we will fund, in terms of school building aid, no less than $50 million. Right now, you all know it shall not exceed $50 million. So we've been funding the tail. And as I've spoken many times, the tail for the first year of this biennium we're looking at is right around $32 million, which leaves $18 million for new and renovation projects, including emergencies. However, we have not always, from a policy perspective, funded that total $50 million. The previous year, we funded 3 projects. And then the year prior to that, we had one emergency project with Hinsdale. So it's, and we've heard so many times that we have all these projects throughout the state, with the buildings being 60% of our buildings now over, or excuse me, 50% of the buildings right now that are over 60 years old. So we have some real serious problems out there, and we discussed them in the hearing with achievement that's related to the conditions within buildings, HVAC, acoustics, lighting, etc. The second part of that bill deals with the 10-year plan. And I'm going to read that for you so that all folks can know what we're dealing with. It's a section 5 within the bill here. The Department of Education shall develop and maintain a 10-year school facilities plan of potential school building grant projects. Potential projects shall include, but not be limited to, criteria pursuant to RSA 198-15C, Roman 2B. The 10-year plan is intended to create a method to identify and enhance school facilities in a safe, healthy, and efficient manner while providing adequate learning environments for New Hampshire students. The 10-year plan shall be updated every biennium to provide the department a summary of projects and school facility capital expenditures that are anticipated for the next 10 years. The State Board of Education shall adopt rules pursuant to RSA 541A relative to this paragraph. The plan shall identify new construction, renovation, and emergency projects and describe the overall condition of projects contained in the plan. That is the extent of this amendment. Is there discussion? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'll start out saying that that I'm not going to vote to support the amendment, but I agree with both of the changes that the amendment makes. In fact, I had offered an amendment last week that would have made implemented the first change to make the financial part of this bill $50 million minimum, including the tail. So exactly what Representative Ladd has put forward in Amendment 400H. I have talked also with Director Clark about the 10-year plan and how that would be an improvement for school districts to at least know where they are in a long-term pipeline for building projects. It takes a long time for school districts to talk about building projects, put them together, get the community on board, vote for, do a bond vote. And so I think that would also be a good change. But the reason I'm going to vote against the amendment is for what it loses. First of all, it retains the current pay the grant. Well, it's 80% up front and 20%, I think, at the completion of the project. So you basically get your grant when you do the project. And we've already heard from Director Clark that in the first year of this biennium, there will, or the first year of FY22, there will only be $15 million available. So we've got a project backlog with a grant value currently of $104 million. So under the current plan design, only about 15% of those projects, or 15% of that project value, is going to be able to be awarded. And we know that $104 million of grant value, and that comes to $270 million worth of building projects. That's what we've got in the pipeline now. We haven't even opened the door yet for the grant applications for FY23. And I think when the program comes off moratorium, there's probably going to be substantially more projects that are applied for. In the second year of the biennium, there's going to be $18 million available for new projects. So again, if we're not changing the plan design, as is done in House Bill 594, the underlying House Bill 594, then we're going to be severely limited to the number of projects the state's going to be able to support. What 594 does is change it from 100% payment, when the project's done, to 20%. And then the balance gets paid in 20 equal payments over 20 years. So if we're looking at a current projects in the pipeline with $104 million worth of grant value, times 20% is about $20 million. And we've got $15 million to work with. So we're going to be able to get 3/4 of those projects approved with the changes that are made in the underlying bill and are removed with the amendment that's being proffered by Representative Ladd. So that's the first thing that we lose with the amendment, changing the plan design to a 20% 20-year plan that can go after the backlog and do it in a responsible way. The second thing we lose is expanding the grant range, not the total grants that are delivered, but the grant range from currently 30 to 60%. So if you're a well-heeled community, lots of property values, you'll get a grant from the state of 30%. If you're a very property poor district under the current plan design, you can get a grant of up to 60%. The underlying bill 594 expands that range from 30 to 60% to 20 to 80%. So that is much more commensurate with the fiscal disparities that we see across the state in terms of the ability for local property taxpayers to fund projects using local tax dollars. And in fact, during the hearing that we had on Representative Ladd's bill, House Bill 214 and House Bill 594, I think there was a substantial commentary provided by Representative Hill, who's been involved in building projects. The only thing he liked about either of these two bills was the expansion of the grant range to 20 to 80%. So that's another thing that we lose by adopting the amendment. Director Clark also gave us information in the handouts that showed even with the expanded range, the average grant would still be the same. So we don't lose anything from that. We're just providing grants in a more equitable distribution across the state. And then the third thing we lose by adopting this amendment is the ability, and this is in the underlying bill, for projects that were started or completed during the moratorium period. So projects that were not able to be applied to apply for state building aid grants would be considered, and there'd be a short time frame as outlined in the underlying bill for these school districts to apply to the department for building aid for projects that were completed during the moratorium. Just in Wyndham alone, there was about a $40 million project that would be eligible for an $8 million retroactive grant under the underlying bill of 594. So that's something that gets lost when you adopt this amendment. All told, the projects that were completed during the moratorium come up to looks like about $500 million worth of projects. The underlying bill 594 does limit that grant to only 20%, so you don't get the full range on that. But it's certainly something to help out these communities that just couldn't wait for the state to get off its butt and get the building aid program put back in business. So by adopting the amendment, yep, two good things happen. You increase the total funding for the program. You improve the rulemaking authority of the department that can help districts plan. I agree with both those two things, but you lose the improved plan design that can go after more projects. You improve the more equitable range of funding projects, and you lose the ability for projects that were done during the moratorium to participate in this program.
Thank you very much, Representative Luno. Are there further questions or discussion? I'd like to just make one comment in regard to what Representative Luno has said. Yes, there is a backlog of projects. No, we're no longer in a moratorium. That has been done. We did fund the 3 projects last year that were in the hopper. The significant changes within the 594 as initially sent changes the application process and the checks and balances within the school building aid approval process. In fact, it totally eliminates the use of the school building authority, which is a balance to the recommendations that come out from the department, and from the school building authority, the recommendations go on to the State Board of Education for approval. There's confusion within the bill as it was written as to, is the state board going to be approving these projects, or is the Department of Education going to be approving these projects? So that's the whole process has been jumped without having any hearing on that process at all. And that was the point of retaining HB 214, as to really dive into this whole process in terms of what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, how can we improve, and how can we gather that information and work with DOE to accomplish that desired end. Secondly, by reducing the amount of money which is paid to a district up front, and that's the 80%, and the remaining portion of that money from the state, the other 20% being paid upon completion of the project, I feel that that process will make it more difficult for the districts which don't have the wherewithal to fund these, and it will also hamper, I believe, approval of these projects by the town meeting process, which is required to have a 2/3 or at least a 60% vote. So that is part of my concern. The other part is I'm really worried about what happens when we start paying back the state's portion of the debt of the principal over a 20-year period. We're going to start sliding back to where we were approximately 10 years ago, when the state had a scheme, not like this, but we had a scheme where we were borrowing from our MasterCard to pay our Visa card, and we had $540 million of debt, which we're still trying to work off. And that won't be accomplished until year 2040. So this is a huge jump if we're going to move ahead and adopt any of the other components of 594 as they were presented. There are significant issues with it. I understand the intent of the bill is to try to support those poor districts. by changing the whole scale from a 30 to 60 to a 20 to an 80. But I don't think that is necessarily the correct answer. And lastly, this committee has discussed many bills in the past which dealt with retroactive payment of projects which were started during the course of the moratorium. It's been decided by the House on the floor that, no, we're not going that direction. We're not going to back off. Those people that went ahead in towns that went ahead and approved bonding, that is on their selves right now, on there to pay them to pay that off. The state's not going to get back into that because those projects were not approved through this application process and did not pass through the eyes and the discussions of our director over there, Amy Clark. So in conclusion, I cannot support the full language in 594. However, I do feel that the need for a 10-year plan is absolutely needed. And it'd be a milestone if we can just get the state to approve up to $50 million in projects. Lastly, we have received in ESSER monies and in other monies funds enough to take care of some of these HVAC concerns within buildings. The first ESSER grant came down with $30+ million. The second one is well over $200 plus. And then I just learned from the department, there's another $300 million coming down from the federal government. These projects this money is available for supplementing school and even supplanting areas which are dealing with issues, specifically dealing with facilities as it's stated in the grants. So for those reasons, I cannot support the full 594, but I can support as amended here in 0400. Thank you.
If the people who are remote could mute when they're not speaking, they're getting a little feedback, I understand.
So is there any further discussion regarding 594?
The amendment.
The amendment. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is ought to pass on amendment 0400. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative, I'm sorry,
Nodder.
Representative Nodder,
Yes. Nodder for Hobson.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford, Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Stody,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Of course not.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lay,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
11-9.
Okay, we're ready for our main motion. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 594 FN with amendment 0400.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Bohm, thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to vote yes on the amended bill. It is certainly an improvement over the status quo.
Thank you. Further discussion? Any, you have your hands up, Mike? Oh, okay. Not seeing any further discussion on this bill. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, this is ought to pass as amendment, HB 594. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Stody,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Lay,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
20-0.
With this bill being a 20-0, but it does have a, well, I would question whether there's a financial note. 214 said exactly what this does on the part one, and that's what the law allows us to do right now. It's $50 million. And the second part doesn't. So I don't know if there is a financial note on this anymore, with the portions of the bill which were in 594 not being attached with this. Is there any objection to putting this on consent?
No.
Thank you very much.
No.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Myler. One comment I'd like to make regarding this building aid. I think we all recognize, based upon this vote, that building aid is a serious issue in this state. And we do have several other bills which will be coming up really dealing with this topic or a criteria within it, HVAC, acoustical, sound stuff. Those bills will be heard, and they're all linked to the issue of how we're taking care of our facilities and how we're maintaining them, replacing them, and building them. So that I think this discussion will continue. And as I've said before, we will initiate a subcommittee here as soon as we get by this early bill period to really start trying to take a dive into this, working with the department and working with folks in the field to try to make some recommendations that can move forward. I thank you again for your vote today. Okay, we have two other bills, and I've just got to find out whether we've got the amending language back. Has anybody seen the amending language for HB 20 or 608 yet? We have not had this, and I need to get off this and give a call to OLS and find out what the status is. So we will be taking another break here as we did the other day. I'm sorry to have to do that, but things are just coming out of there. There were 40 bills stacked up in OLS this morning for amending for the various committees. It's just not moving quickly at all, folks. So
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Luno.
Yeah, just a question on the amendment that you're waiting on for House Bill 20 is what's the difference between that amendment and the amendment that we received yesterday afternoon?
I believe, excuse me, that the amendment for HB 20 had negated to put on the second author of the bill, but it also left off all references to hold harmless, or the portion of the bill which would allow a gradual reduction of funding to support schools. And that's an important part of this whole equation. We had two primary focuses with that bill. One was to introduce the concept of eligibility being 375% of the FPL, the federal poverty level. The second was also to develop a hold harmless or a waterfall effect towards the reduction of funding to help support. I'm not calling it stabilization because stabilization is a term that brings a lot of bad memories back to myself and I think others that have been involved with school finance. So we do need to have that full amendment available to us so we can have a healthy discussion and read it and then make the decisions we have to make.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, is there going to be
go ahead.
Yeah, will there be a fiscal note on it?
Is there a fiscal note attached to this? Probably not. I will mention that there is not a fiscal note from the LBA regarding 608, but you did get some information sent to you from DOE via my machine this morning. I received that from one of the fellows that Representative Luno and I had worked with several years ago over there with Michael Landrigan and with Mark, and they have put together a DOE, a form or a sheet, a spreadsheet, which shows how this impacts various all towns, municipalities in the state. So you might be opening your machines up and looking at that. We will be referencing that. I have not had a chance myself to look at it. I've been told that it's been sent.
Okay. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I also have it's not a fiscal note, but it's an email from Michael Kane with respect to exposure of state funds. Would that be something that members of the committee would be interested in reviewing?
If you have a copy of that, yeah, would you please send it out to all committee members?
Okay, we'll do.
Thank you. So we're going to take a recess here and see, what time is it right now?
It's 5 after.
5 after 10. I would say that it would be probably another 20, 25 minutes before. So let's pick this
10:30.
thing up at 10:30.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's slow.
Representative Leahy, do you have a question? You're good?
3 clocks are on.
Trying to turn that on off button, huh? Good. Let's catch you later. 10:30.
that was one of your questions, Linda. The other issue on the severability question, which is at the end of there, it's a whole nother set of questions around what does that mean?
Or the no liability for the
They
scholarship.
need to provide some explanation for that. Right.
And no liability.
Say that again, Linda?
On the part of the scholarship organization or the state. Yeah.
That's on page 9, line 32, no liability.
So Art, since you just
I'm
got
sorry.
on here, we're gonna use this as another caucus. We're gonna listen to what Rick has to say on HB 20.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna ask for him to set up another hearing on this thing because of all the changes that are here. He'll deny that, and then we'll move into a caucus,
Okay, good. Thank you.
our caucus.
Yes.
And I'm gonna request about a 30-minute caucus for this
Okay.
because of the radical nature of the changes here. Right?
So just for,
Okay.
Mel, I know we gotta leap in a minute, but just for planning purposes, how long do we think the execs are gonna go today?
We just have one more after this, so.
I have no
Right.
idea.
Okay, I have to be in Ways and Means, but I'll have another laptop going
And
at 1:30.
I'm not sure which one he's gonna move to, whether he's gonna move to 608.
right now.
Yeah.
No, we're losing you. All right, we gotta jump, right?
Okay.
All right.
Thanks,
we'll see you
guys.
over there.
But that doesn't, I mean, look at the was, I mean, feels like town clerk was feeding in those ballots.
Can you hear me out there?
Do we have the amendment? We were hearing that.
Can the rest of the committee hear me out there?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. We have been in touch with Anthony DeCrossaway in the legislative services, plus the person writing this legislation for both of these. Evidently, something was done and sent, but it's been not. We couldn't locate it, but they're redoing it right now as we speak. So as soon as those two amendments come for 608 and HB 20, we'll forward them to you. And I would assume that, it's my assumption, that you would like to have probably a caucus or something to get together and discuss both of these amendments. Would you prefer something like that, Representative Myler?
Yeah, I think what we'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, is to have an explanation of the amendment. Have you go through that, explain the changes and your recommendations on that. And then at that point in time, the Dem caucus will take place so that we can review your comments and our response to those comments, if that's appropriate.
Both amendments were just sent out.
Okay, yeah, both of the amendments were just set out. I don't have them in front of me right now, but we could open up HB 20 and look at that amendment, explain that,
Oh, there it
and then
is.
provide you an opportunity to have a caucus.
There it is.
We have folks here that are familiar with that amendment, but unfortunately, we don't have it line by line on the new one. So what we need to do is, can you pull that up in your computer, Representative Cordelli?
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, just 2 pages.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do. What we'd like to do is, he will have an on his screen, and he can go through the amendment. The amendment for HB, well, I'm not going to guess. I've not seen it yet, so I'm not going to project what was put in it or not in terms of who's sponsoring it. It's supposed to be myself and Representative Allard on the amendment.
So which amendment are we referring to, Rick?
HB 20.
0398.
0398.
Come on. Come on, hurry up.
It landed in our legislative email
I,
0398 is in your
Yes.
legislative email.
I
yes,
see that.
Thank you, Representative Mullen.
but I can't,
0398.
the network's slow.
Yes, yes.
Seem to have a problem with page 3.
Do you have that in front of you right now, Representative? It does
I don't. It's half.
I know it's quite a leap for some that get, that on one computer and then be also doing this as well. But you could pull it in front and
There it
then
is.
you could be still talking with your Zoom.
Okay,
0398.
I'll save it.
We can start walking through that if you're ready for that out there in the remote country.
Give them that 608.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. I did my due diligence last night on 0365H. So is there going to be, and I'll listen to you intently this morning on the change, the new one. Is there any major differences besides that one section you said prior to the break about hold harmless?
No, there should not be any changes. That was something that was just left off by the writers.
Okay. Okay.
So what we'll do now is we'll do a brief.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome, Representative Woodcock. We'll do a brief overview of that amendment.
He's too polite.
And then if there's any questions regarding that, and then we will, allow caucus to occur. So Representative Cordelli, could you take us through that amendment, please?
Thank you. Yes, this is in response to what we heard at the hearings, our 2 days of hearings. So I'll start on page 1 with the eligible student, Romans 6. And this section was simplified. And in A, it's simplified to say that a resident of the state who is eligible to enroll in a public school qualifies, but we added that the household income must be less than or equal to 375% of the federal poverty guidelines. And that currently for a family of 4 is approximately $99,000. And that would mean that approximately half the families in the state would qualify. Going down to Romans 7, we added in that this satisfies compulsory attendance requirements. This has to do with categories of students that meet compulsory attendance. Currently, they are 3 in number. They are public school students, private school students, and homeschool students. And so in this and 2 other places, we clarify that there is now a 4th category, that being EFA students. Proceeding on to the next page, page 2. Coming down to Roman 2B, we clarified that EFA funds, tuition expenses can be used to go to a public school outside of their resident district. This is a clarification. And we also added that the EFA funds are to be used for that tuition at a out-of-district public school, and that the department should make no adequacy payment to that school for the student, so to avoid any duplication of funding there. And that same elimination of possibility of duplication is added in E in relation to curricular activities and programs. Coming down to J, we just changed that from, I believe it's just a national standardized test to a nationally standardized norm reference achievement test as an allowable expense. Proceeding on to page 3, in Roman 7, there was just a wording change. In some places in the bill, it had said intentional and substantial misuse of funds. In some places, it had just substantial. So we went back and added the same language in all those locations to read intentional and substantial misuse of funds. Coming over to page 4, this is where we added, in response to hearing comments, similar academic accountability provisions that we've had in prior legislation. And you'll see that in number 3, that is, in what I'm looking at is line 9 or 10. And the parent is to provide an annual record of attainment by one of 3 means. One is to take that nationally standardized norm reference achievement test that we had defined as an allowable expense. They can take the statewide student assessment at a public school, or maintain a portfolio or educational record, including materials and workbooks created by the student during the year. And that would be reviewed by a teacher, which is similar to provisions in the homeschool laws. Coming down to Roman 8, which I believe is on line 24, or maybe I might have the wrong line number, but it's 30. That if the student, the student may withdraw from the program and enroll in another qualified program. This goes back to the separation of categories to clarify that EFA students are not homeschool students. So a student, an EFA student, can withdraw from the EFA program and go back into public school or to a private school or into homeschooling. Going on to page 5, I believe. Scroll down. In Romans 6a, there was just a typo in the reference number to an RSA prior in the bill. That's on line 27. Proceeding to page 6. Again, just the change to make it intentional and substantial misuse of funds. On to page 7. The scholarship organization may adopt guidelines or procedures. We just changed this from rules or procedures to clarify that as stated in the section just above that, that the State Board of Education adopts rules. Proceeding on to page 8 and the advisory commission that's established. We just clarified there was a typo in the number of members, that there are 13 members in total, and that the legislative members, as well as the director of the scholarship organization and the commissioner, are non-voting members. And then I see where the line number is should be on page 9, I believe, that we added what is called the, it's a 194E10, line 29, phase out grants or hold harmless grants. Basically, with this provision, the first year that a student leaves a public school, the public school is going to get 100% funding for that student since payments are a year behind. With this addition, in the second year after that student leaves, the district would get 50% of that student's grant, and then 25% in the third year. So there's a drawdown or phase out of the funds for the district for each student, so they don't get hit in the second year with a complete loss of funds for that student, to try and help with their budgeting and planning. So that is the new provision in this amendment 0399. And I'll mention also on the last page, two things here. In line 18, again, this is related to the compulsory attendance, and that EFA students are a new category, and that's what you'll see in section 3, the new subparagraph to the compulsory attendance law. And the number 4, line 22, the income limit of 375% is repealed in July of 2026. This is a trial period, if you will, to see how the program is going. So that income limit would be repealed. And we also have the Legislative Oversight Committee that is in effect that will monitor how the program is going, and they can make recommendations such as extending the income limit or what they think is necessary. And just to be full clarification also, I'll mention with that phase-out program, I want to go back to that because I think I left out one fact related to that. That also phases out. The phase-out grant provision would end for new EFA students in July of 26, just as this the income limit does. So that a new EFA student leaving the district after July of 2026, there would be no phase-out grant for that student. However, if a student left in 2025 and was, let's say, in the second or third year of their departure, those grants would continue for any student who had left prior to that 2026 date. So those are the, I think, the main things included in this revision. And I think it addresses a number of the concerns and comments made at the public hearings. And we hope it will meet some of those criticisms, and we think it really improves the bill and will be more acceptable to school districts and still be accomplishing what we wanted to do in terms of helping students throughout the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. So with that, if any individuals on the committee have questions regarding the amended language as presented in 398H, Now it's an opportunity, and then what we'll do is, once we go through the question period, then we'll enter into the caucus. Representative Myler?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask the chair to create a hearing on this bill. These are major changes in a controversial bill that we've received hundreds of emails on, and thousands of people have monitored this process.
And it's dead.
And it seems to me that with these major changes that have just come about in the last 10, 15 minutes, that there is reason that there should be another hearing on this, so that to have voices can be starting these changes. And I would respectfully request the chair to set aside this at this point in time and create a hearing so that people can, we have a chance to really look at this. I mean, there's some major issues here that in the time remaining, even in today, to try to ferret out the various issues. I mean, this is a major shift in how we provide educational opportunities for students in the state. And I would submit that we needed to have more time on this. I mean, we were prepared to deal with what was already presented in the hearing before. But these are major issues here that I would submit that we need to have a hearing and put this aside until we have that hearing.
Are there any other comments at this point in time? I will respond to this. It's the whole principle and concept behind this legislation and the intent of this legislation has been known from its start. The concept is to provide an educational opportunity for those that just need another alternative situation or pathway to achieve their public school experience. So I don't see where you're saying this is a major shift. There are some changes in here in terms of eligibility. Those changes are not anything really different than what's been discussed through conversations or through even earlier legislation. The concept of a phase out is one where it supports some of the concerns that individuals had regarding assistance to districts during this initial startup. Whether in phasing it out, yes, but it does, as Representative Cordelli said, provide the opportunity for a discussion through the oversight committee. So I'm not accepting the fact that this is a major change. It's just refining this bill as we normally do with most bills with amending language.
Well, as a follow-up, Mr. Chair,
yes,
there's a major fiscal impacts here. You're talking about additional funds that are going to be made available to not only students, but you're also talking about additional fiscal impact on the trust fund to the school districts for those students who are leaving. And yet we have not seen any fiscal note on what the impact of this bill is to the state education trust fund. That alone should say to me that we need to have at least that before we can pursue concluding the discussion on this bill.
Representative Myler, I don't think you're going to get an answer to your question there until this bill reaches finance, where the people that are properly prepared to delve into fiscal matters. We are a policy committee, and so we're addressing here the policy associated with HB 20.
However, I don't disagree from the policy question, but in the past, Rick, we have looked at not only the policy, but also the fiscal impact when we have the numbers, and we don't have any numbers here. And that's very troubling to those of us that are concerned about the policy question here. But to submit this to the finance without an understanding of what some of the fiscal impact might be, I think it's just irresponsible.
Thank you. I'm going to move on a couple other questions. I see Representative Lay has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo what Representative Myler is stating here. I mean, I understand that we're a policy committee and not necessarily fiscal, but this new amendment actually addresses certain fiscal matters and adopts them as policy. Okay, so you are already considering issues of cost. By putting in this phase out, you have acknowledged that cost is part of the policy in this committee, and therefore there should be fiscal knowledge of the overall cost as part of our consideration of the effects of this policy by your own admission in this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Likas?
Yes, normally when we have a public hearing on something, we then look at all of the input that was given during the public hearing. We make amendments based on that input. We do not have another public hearing after that. We have discussion amongst the committee. What we did here was we took the majority input that we got from all of the people during 2 public hearings and included those in the bill. We responded with the things that people were asking for. And so at this point, what we would normally do, this is normal procedure, is at this point we would not have another public hearing. I've never actually heard of that. We have responded to the 2 public hearings, and now amongst the committee we would discuss how we responded and was this sufficient. Thank you.
So at this point in time, Representative Milo, are you requesting a caucus?
Yes.
How long do you see that having to be?
I would see between 30 and 40 minutes, please.
Okay, so what we'll do is that, seeing that you're going to be caucusing for that period of time, then we'll just tie in lunch on the back side of that and come back. So if I add, the look at the clock right now, it's roughly around 11 o'clock. So that if you take to 11:45 and then we come back and we start this thing back up at 12:30.
Fine.
Representative Lay, I see you have your hand up, and so is Luno. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, when we come back, that's when we're going to be able to ask questions about the amendment and make and have essentially have deliberations.
We will, when we come back, we will have a motion to address this amendment, and then we'll get into discussion on the amendment, which is basically the bill. So that will be our process.
But I think, if I may, though, I think there may be questions that we might have for points of clarification before we actually get into the discussion or the debate on this bill, because I think as we begin to review this amendment, there are going to be some questions come up. And I think the question period is a little different than the actual debate. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you. I'll take that into consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So at this point in time, we are going to recess, and we'll come back at 12:30. And during that period of time, we will have both opportunity for caucus and lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Ladd, I'll be muting your audio and video for the room at this time.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Despite being one of the most recognized, powerful people in the world, Rush never let the success change his core or beliefs.
Again, we were just listening to an announcement of the passing of Rush Limbaugh. That was his wife, Catherine, on his radio show some time ago. Bill Hemmer is along with me, and Mark Levin is here too. Bill, how comes you?
Yeah, Harris, good afternoon to you. This is an absolute gut punch to conservatives in America, to Republicans in America, to think of how Rush Limbaugh has had such a command of the national conversation, the national political conversation, the national cultural conversation for 30 years. To think of his passing on this day, it's an extraordinary thought to think about such an influential man could now be gone from this earth. And as Mark Levin was talking there, Mark, in many ways, Rush Limbaugh kicked radio in business. He was the tentpole that helped pave the way for so many others, like yourself and like Sean Hannity. And Mark, just listening to the words of Catherine, a beautiful, lovely woman, Rush liked to say that he was a conservative in the House and she was the liberal. But she is now dealing with his passing, and I was just listening to some of the commentary you had a moment ago on. Rush Limbaugh has been pilloried by the left for 3 decades. I have seldom met a person who was so gracious with their time, with their focus, with their thoughts, and responding to emails or giving us a sense of where he thought perhaps a particular story was headed. Rush Limbaugh was a piece of technology. He'll talk about himself being a young man, ages 8, 9, 10, and being fascinated with the sounds of audio. And he tried to perfect that sound up until the age of 70, as he would admit himself. He was also fascinated with how Apple was changing the way we communicate with each other. He was one of the beta testers for Apple when they had a new product in them. They would send it to Rush, he would test it out.
I don't want any of that. I want it to go away.
And it was February 3rd in 2020. We were in Iowa getting ready for the Democratic caucus when the news came out of southeastern Florida. And I was on the air at the time, 3 o'clock Eastern time, that he had lung cancer. Now, but you think about only 12 and a half short months later, after his valiant fight, he has succumbed now to this awful, awful cancer.
Yeah, and I remember that day too, when I pulled over the side of the road. Started crying myself. Everybody has their own, those listeners of Rush and viewers, their own their opinion of Rush. It's all positive. And I would just say the naysayers are left out there to be dismissed.
Representative Ford, can you mute, please?
Okay, 1 minute. Oh, darn it. Where is it?
And I remember before I really knew as a young lawyer, I would make sure.
Oh, come on.
Should be a little microphone down in your lower left corner.
Does anybody know the reason why we're waiting, or? They had a long enough lunch hour.
We were waiting for you, Steve.
You'd be the first.
We, I don't know about that.
Meeting with Trump on his webpage. That's a primary source that somebody's actually involved in.
Right, yeah.
So I prefer that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know how to get a letter printed out in this day and age?
For here, for where?
From here.
Even Ash Wednesday's not gonna help me today, Sue.
Oh, me too.
Because
Oh, because then people would have to be around.
I'll pray for you, Steve.
it's like send it to
Yeah.
when we had a secretary or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, but now
assistant,
there's not.
And then she could,
because-
but now we don't have any.
Okay. That makes sense. Well, then
Of
I
course,
will-
like blurbs and whatnot, I just used to email if I didn't have it, send it, and then she'd.
Yeah.
send
Oh,
it out.
yes. I need to find out.
I'll run as fast as I can.
Hi, for the session with, you guys have, is it the people who made the motion and wrote the committee report who is going to speak on them?
Oh, and the fourth,
Yeah.
we'll talk about that.
Well, yeah, we haven't
Okay.
done that yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, you know, we
But
can
'cause-
talk to you about.
Okay, I can work on preparing for those. if
Right,
you'd
that's
like.
what I mentioned to him this morning.
Okay.
I'll do the nurse's bill, but let me know so I can
Yes.
write
okay.
nice.
And then I can wear
3-minute
my new
speech.
red suit dress. I've been saving it for something powerful.
Mine, I want to pass it.
What's that?
Mine, you can pass it.
Yeah.
But mine is, it's,
Maybe we can get Ralph to wear his red dress also.
Yeah. I think you should. Well, it'll be for heart disease because there'll be
Right,
so
yeah,
many
yeah.
heart attacks when you wear a red dress up to the podium.
you know, and I always say, keep your speech to 2 pages of 16-point type. But then you go read it.
Yeah, no more than 3 minutes. 'cause-
Right, 2 pages, 16-point type works good.
And the biggest thing is you need to make sure you don't get bored listening to your own speech because then other people will. I'll write
That's a
something
good
and I'm
one.
like, hey, I'm already bored with my speech. Now I need to change it.
Good afternoon. Can folks hear me out there? Okay, good. Thank you very much. So we're ready to go ahead. We have for executive session this afternoon, HB 20 and 608, excuse me. I'm not going to be taking any motions at this particular time. I feel that there's really still a need for a little bit of discussion regarding HB 20 and certainly with HB 608. I'd like to continue with HB 20 where we were when we left off. I listened to some of the discussion beforehand that was coming from those that are remote. And there are some concerns there that we heard. And so I would like just to open this up to discussion to further discuss HB 20 with all people here on the committee. Is there anybody that has a question or a comment regarding HB 20? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Chairman. In going back through the HB 20 and looking specifically at all the things that the scholarship committee is designated to do, I noticed that in some places it's called a scholarship committee, and in other places it's called the scholarship committee. And right now we have actually 2 scholarship committees giving out the educational tax scholarships, the Children's Scholarship Fund and the Giving and Going Alliance. And as I go through HB 20, again, in the places where the scholarship organization is supposed to make all these rules and oversight and forms for parents and oversight on the spending, I'm wondering how that's going to be split up right now between 2 scholarship committees. And certainly if others came in and wished to be recognized as a scholarship committee for this purpose, I'm sure that they could get approval by the Secretary of State and the Budget Office.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, a scholarship organization has to go through the Department of Revenue Administration and get approved by them. And I believe in prior discussions with the department that there would be an RFP.
So
If there were multiple, just as a follow-up, if there were multiple scholarship,
I can't hear you, Representative Tanner. Are you?
yes. As a follow-up, just if there's multiple organizations handling this information, this oversight, for example, the oversight committee where the scholarship committee appoints, 7 members to it. I don't see any way in this bill that that type of organization, and I have to reiterate that the scholarship organization has taken over a lot of what a Department of Education would do, or the education laws. It takes that whole part of the oversight out. How is that going to work intertwined with multiple scholarship organizations?
As I tried to indicate, there would be an RFP issued and there would be one scholarship organization managing the accounts.
So as a follow-up to that, so we're setting up a monopoly for one scholarship organization that's going to receive 10% of the monies that go into that scholarship organization for administration and whatever. Is that what I'm led to believe at this point?
I do not believe that you could legitimately call it a monopoly. You would be awarding a contract with an organization to manage the accounts.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Ellison's had his hand up. Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like some clarification, if I can get it, from sponsors of the bill relating to page 7, lines 15 to 18, which talk about you should not exclude, discriminate against, otherwise disadvantage any educational provider with respect to programs. My question is that if you have an educational organization, a school, for instance, which could be a Jewish school, a Muslim school, a Christian school, whatever it was, and in its mission statement, it said that homosexuality is a sin and gay people will not be allowed to enroll in this school, would an EFA still be accepted, or EFA be given to that school if that was the situation?
There are federal anti-discrimination laws that apply to all organizations, but at the same time, a religious institution is not going to be required to change the basic tenets of their faith or practice.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Well, then if in fact the basic tenet of the school was that only Muslim students would be accepted, that you had to be a believer in that faith and no one else could be, would that come under that particular clause of a religious exception to the rule?
I'm not sure. That's a hypothetical question. I don't know, but I do know that it would be unconstitutional, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer or desire to be a lawyer, but it would not be valid to have an organization be required to change. We've seen court decisions recently in the past couple of years about with healthcare and requirements for organizations to do various things in opposition to the tenets of their faith. So I think you could look to those court decisions.
Further questions?
Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a procedure here. Could I suggest that we start on page 1? and go through the various sections so that there's some sense of order to raising questions of Representative Cordelli. So it's not just all over the map, but we can go right through and raise a serious raise whatever question someone might have on a particular. If there's no question, then we just move right on. I'm just suggesting that as a procedural move here.
I have no objections to that process.
All right. So
Will all of us, does everybody have it either up on their computer or have a copy of a hard copy available? So we'll look at page 1.
Good.
And if there's someone with a question referencing page 1 includes definitions. And also, one of those definitions is that of an eligible student.
Yeah. Well, before we get there, I have a question on line 19. It talks about an education service provider means a person or organization that receives payment, but it does not have any sense of definition of what is an educational provider. Can somebody clarify for me what that means? It appears that there's no qualification whatsoever as far as credentialing, experience, etc. So could somebody clarify that for me, please?
I thought it was pretty self-explanatory.
I can't hear you, Glenn.
Sorry.
You're muted.
Yeah, I'm not used to pressing the microphone button. I'm lucky if I can press it on my computer. I thought it was pretty self-explanatory. It can be either a person or an organization that provides services. It could be a private school. It could be a teacher who is working with students. Or a store that sells curriculum.
So with that, though, I mean, I think we may have raised this before. So if I want a member of my family, for example, to be a tutor of my child, that tutor then could
You're
be a education service provider. Is that correct? Let me try. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is that if I have a member of my family, for example, who I would select to be a tutor of one of my children, that individual family member could be an education service provider. Is that correct?
I think that anyone looking to educate their children, if they are looking for a tutor, is going to select someone who is qualified in the subject matter that they are looking to teach. Certainly for a tutoring facility, we have a number of organizations around the state that provide tutoring services that I think would be qualified to perform that function.
That's
But
not
that,
answering the question.
if I may, Mr. Chair, that doesn't answer my question. I understand that there are those kinds of providers out there, but there is no qualification for what is a education service provider. That's really my point and my concern, that there's no definition of what that individual might be, organizations, individuals, etc. That's my concern on this particular definition. Thank you.
Representative Likas?
Yes, I was asking some of these questions over the last few months. And my understanding is that we'll be using Class Wallet. And in order for anybody to get paid through Class Wallet, they have to have gotten clearance from the scholarship organization for money to be able to go to them. So for somebody who wants to be a service provider, has to sign up through the scholarship organization. And so there's oversight there as to who would be doing that, or they would not get money.
Further questions? Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I ask my questions, I would respond to the previous comment there that oversight, there is no oversight there. For example, if my spouse has a different last name than I do, the scholarship organization would have no idea that we are married. And since there seems to be no provision for any sort of qualifications to make a judgment, obviously it would go through. We need to be talking about the specifics and the things that are actually in the bill, not what we think people might do. I have a specific question, though, and this concerns the definition of an eligible student. Actually, just two questions. One, so as far as the way the definition goes, if I were 40 years old and I did not graduate high school, am I eligible?
No, you gotta be 20.
No, an eligible student for public school in New Hampshire.
Am I eligible to go back to public school in any way if I didn't finish high school, if I did not graduate?
No.
Okay. Second question. The 375%, or actually, no. Actually, I'll wait.
Sorry, if I may, it's Representative Leon. The right now, a public school student is no longer a public school student after they're 21 years of age. That's in the statutes.
Okay, thank you.
That's why you said no.
Right. And if I could go back, there are provisions in numerous places for the scholarship organization where there is substantial misuse of funds to report that to the department and to the Attorney General's office.
It needs to be substantial and intentional, correct?
Okay, are there further areas that, let's walk through and again, look at specific areas within so we can all respond. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to follow up on Representative Myler's comment and the answer from Representative Cordelli when you're talking about the service provider. And I know you don't want to flip forward, but on line 19 of page 8, going back to that comment, it says providers, ECP providers, the service scholarship organization may provide approved education and service provider of their own initiative. Doesn't say anything about going through the process. Page 8, line 19. The scholarship organization may approve education service providers on its own initiative at the request of parents or notice it to a scholarship organization. So it's not as clear cut as it may seem by Representative Cordelli's presentation that they're going through this program. Thank you.
Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I also have a question with regards to, on page 1, with regards to the definition of an eligible student. And I want to talk about it with the training wheels taken off, basically the repeal at the end of this bill that repeals Roman 6, which is the definition of an eligible student. So I'd like the questions I have answered in that context. So my first question is, would students who live in New Hampshire and currently attend public, private, or charter or homeschools be eligible?
First of all, I'm not sure what you're talking about in terms of training wheels.
All right, well, I'm basically paraphrasing.
Secondly, could I finish my answer? Thank you. Secondly,
wait, when I talk about that, I'm talking about the repeal language. I thought I was pretty clear on that.
well, I'm not familiar with the training wheels reference. But
Well, it's what you called it. You said we wanted to give it a try for a few years and then open it wide up. That's pretty much what training wheels do.
Well, let's not go there, okay, folks? Let's keep.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what the question is.
Go ahead, Representative Cordelli. Do you have want to respond to that?
Could you restate your question?
Sure. In the context of this bill, with Roman 6 on page 1 repealed, based on the repeal language in the bill, would a student who lives in New Hampshire and attends either a public, private, charter, or is homeschooled be eligible for this program?
Yes, right now, the student who is homeschooled in a private school or a public school is eligible.
Okay, and I've got a couple of follow-ups on that because I want to take it through and really understand what an eligible student, who is eligible for this program once once Roman 6 is repealed. So would a student who is in New Hampshire, or let me say it another way, would a person who lives in New Hampshire and is over the age of 18 be eligible for this program?
Yes, if they haven't graduated from high school.
Yeah, if they haven't graduated from high school. Right now, we have 16 and 17-year-olds who are in a program called diploma programs, paying for tuition at schools so they can get their degrees from high school.
Okay, but we also have 20 and 21-year-olds also that don't have a high school degree.
That's correct.
And they would be eligible for this program. All right,
Yes.
I want to push it a little further because it's really important to understand who's eligible for this. So I appreciate the chair's indulgence on this. And so would a student who dropped out of high school, let's say when they were 18, never graduated, and now they're 23, would they be eligible for this program?
No.
I do not believe so.
All right, could you point to the particular piece in the bill which would support that answer?
Age,
Okay, well, we're not going to act on
it's in the bill for age.
Right. Yeah, I got it.
I mean, could this be one of the things that's judged by no government intervention or stuff like that?
I think we see where you're going with this.
I don't understand.
Excuse me. I think we see where you're going, and it would have been a lot simpler to ask a direct question, but perhaps the A was left out of that repeal provision in the redrafting.
Okay, so I want to keep going. I really want to understand this. So age no longer is a consideration. So I think Representative Lay's question, the answer I think is probably yes. So now I want to move forward to a student who lives in Connecticut, who attends a private school in New Hampshire. Would they be eligible for this program?
Family lives in Connecticut.
Yeah. It's a question.
That is not the intention. And if we need to look at that repeal language, we will.
Well, is there anything in the bill that would prevent that?
I'll stand by my previous comment.
Okay. All right. So I guess my final comment on this would be for somebody who, when they were introducing the amendment, talked about the fine attention to detail on statutory references, yet left the barn door wide open to anybody to take advantage of this program at any age, from any state, in any educational setting or not, is just frankly unbelievable.
Are there further questions? I'm not going to bite. Representative Lay.
Well, I was just going to ask, are we still on, we're on page 1 yet? Is that it?
Yeah.
Well, we're just moving through in accordance with the request of Representative Myler. So are we done with page 1?
I have a very simple question, which I think is not controversial. At the bottom of page 1, it references in a definition remote or hybrid. But there doesn't seem to be any further reference to that I could see in the amendment. So I was just wondering why that was in there.
Jesus. We're gonna have like homeschool that goes to high school for one call.
That goes back to the original bill and the definition of an eligible student, where we did talk about remote and hybrid.
So, okay. All right, that's fine.
Further questions?
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Still on the subject of eligible students, I have a message from another state representative which is a good question with regard to a student who is currently in a hybrid status. There are those that are out there who homeschool, but they do 1 or 2 classes or whatever. So the question is, how is such a person who's a hybrid student taking 1 or 2 classes and doing mostly homeschooling, could they be eligible for this program? And along with that, how would that impact, the money award and the budget, the money that the school would have gotten if you're tracking that situation with a hybrid student?
Right. A hybrid student or a student in remote learning would leave their resident public school district and sign an agreement for an EFA and become an EFA student.
Oh.
Right. And the question that I think she has and I have as well is how would that impact? I'm not clear. We're not clear on the money that the school gets, for a full-time student, from the state. If this student is a part-time student, it's just not clear as to if they go from part-time to full-time EFA. How does that impact?
There is no part-time EFA. You're either in one of several categories: public school student, private school student, homeschool, or EFA student.
Right. So what I'm trying to say, it's not, I understand the EFA situation is not part-time, but if a student is a hybrid student who has a mixed situation, like I said, where they are mostly homeschooled but taking some classes, it's just not clear on how this would impact the awards the monetary awards that go to the schools now, if they're losing a hybrid student.
Go ahead, Representative Likas.
Okay, this was a question I had a few months ago and did track down. Currently, if a student is homeschooled and takes some classes at the high school, the state pays a prorated amount to that high school. If they are an EFA, they have all of that state money comes to them in the EFA. So if they take some classes at the high school, they're required to pay out of their EFA to the high school. And that's why it has specifically in here that the state will not pay the high school for those students because the state has already paid the student for those classes. So they don't double dip.
Thank you. That clears that up some. Thank you.
On that point, Mr. Chairman, I think the issue of payment for part-time students is subject to each school district. And the little research that I've done is it seems that there really is a mixed practice of how students who are either homeschooled or, in this instance, would be able to participate in other programs in the school. Some have some fees. Frankly, most don't have fees.
We have in statute where if you are a homeschooling student, you have the opportunity to attend a public school. And if you attend that one, as I've mentioned before, that one science course in the high school may be reimbursed depending upon the status of funds available here in the state, a 0.15 or about 15% of the ADMA cost for that kid, the adequacy cost. And so that's how we have set that up. We have put that in the statute. I think you've been a part of it, or when we did this. Now, in terms of a middle school or elementary school student, that is not applicable to, that particular statute is not applicable to them, seeing that they're not set up by courses, they're set up by entire school program or grade level program. Representative, I'm going right across the screen here, back and forth with the four of you here. Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for indulging. I just want to, I'm trying to get my head around this. So we say that, does it say somewhere in this amendment that you cannot be enrolled in your resident public school district?
Yes.
Okay. But now it seems that if you're less than 50%, you can attend your resident public school district and be on the EFA. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand that.
No, you're either a public school student or an EFA student.
But an EFA student can sign for work in their resident public school as long as they're doing it for less than 50%, because the definition says 50%.
They can take courses at their public school as a homeschool student currently can, as just described by the chairman.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
Representative Likas.
Rather than the big go-round that we had earlier, yes, there was a bit of a mistake in the repeal part. I think the part that was meant to repeal was not just A, but I think the second half of A, and it just didn't get referenced right. Trying to do this, we send in one thing, we get something else back. And so this is frustrating for us too. And we knew what was supposed to be referenced, but that is not what got referenced. The idea was the part that was less than or equal to 375% is the part that would be repealed, but could be looked at before that to say, or even repeal it and say, well, we want a different number there, or we don't need it anymore, or continue it. At that point, it would be reviewed, and then figure out what to do. The part of eligible to enroll in a public elementary or secondary school was not supposed to be repealed. It just, when they reworded it, it ended up that way.
And that is correct. That was not the way my original submission to OLS was drafted.
I'd just like to explain to everybody, this is part of the reasons why we've been starting late and trying. The amended language which is being sent over is coming back different than what we send. And we're trying to catch this. I believe that service available to us is just on tilt, and they're rushing to get things done due to this darn COVID deadline and compressed schedule that we've been have to work within here. Going on to Representative Woodcock, you have your hand up also.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. And I'm still on page 1, but that may be your comment, Mr. Chairman, just magnifies the importance of Representative Myler's point that this thing is not ready for whatever reason. And it should be taken at a slower pace.
That's exactly why we're walking through this right now.
Well, you're not walking through it if you're not going to give it a hearing. But in either case, Mr. Chair, going back to the comment that Representative Likas and Cordelia made sort of in uniform here, under eligibility, when they're talking about that 375%, and I think I just heard her say that it could be rolled back or increased, not increased. So that money of the 2-family and $64,000 or 3-family $81,000 limit, that could be taken out next year and repealed, that number, as you just said, and it could be zero. So it goes back to the same issue we had last, I don't know, was it the Packard bill or the Cordelia amendment, the Ladd amendment, now the Allard amendment. I don't know which amendment it was in there, but we talked about the anyone could go anytime. But I do want to go back and reference again what Representative Lay said, that under eligible student, I am, and Representative Cordell, you can stop me if I'm wrong, because I would heck be wrong on this. If I understand this correctly, I am 18 years old, 19 years old. I fall into the not 21-year-old category yet. I fall into the not homeschooled category yet. I fall into the not high school graduate category yet. And I decide that I want to be an EFA student. And I sign up and I take courses at your approved school according to your approval process. And under, if I get this correct here, the category that allows me to take it anywhere, anytime, which should be on page 3 under the tuition and fees of higher education. So if I'm on page 3, going back to eligibility of page 1, I'm on page 3, line 4. So you're with me, page 3, line 4, Representative Cordelli. I'm still not out of high school yet. And I want to take, and I'm 19 years old. I want to take courses at St. Joseph. And with the opportunity to bring them back. So we're going to pay the tuition for me to go to St. Joseph's School, St. Joseph's College. So I can take a course there, send it back, course there, send it back. So I could pay for my college education. We're not talking about Running Start or any community college, high school, college program that works in unison or tandem. I'm talking about if I play my cards right here, I can go to college on public school money without ever getting a high school diploma until I can get enough credits back to say that. Is that what that says? That's a yes or no.
I'm sorry, I'll choose the answer to the question without dictate as to how I answer it. This system currently has dual enrollment, Running Start, all kinds of abilities for current public school students to take college courses, career academies, various opportunities, and it would be no different for an EFA student.
So if I may follow up then, so the answer is yes, I could not graduate from high school, belong to an ESP, become an ESA student, be 19 or 20 years old, take college credits, and have the local taxpayer pay for that under this program.
A public school student can take courses in that manner currently.
I don't know currently, Representative Cordelli, they can go to a college and have the tuition paid by the local taxpayer.
A public school student is having their education paid for by the local taxpayer.
I cannot go to St. Joseph College and have you pay for it. The second part of the same number 1, we've done page 1, is
Representative Woodcock, I'm having a hard time understanding where you're going.
I'm trying to get page 1 eligibility, Mr. Chair. You said do a page 1, and I keep on hearing different answers about different questions. That's all. So I'm trying to get some clarity.
To get some clarification and understanding of concurrent and dual enrollment. A student can take those courses while they're in high school, leading towards their graduation, but they can also take courses which build up, and they will receive credit for those when they are going to college upon graduation.
Representative Chairman Ladd, I understand that, but I wasn't asking about dual enrollment. I wasn't asking about Running Start. I was asking specifically in this program, as an ESA student, if I could take college courses at 19 years old, having not graduated from high school, I want to be an ESA student. So I go there and earn college credits, which I will eventually send back to the high school. And so I could get 1 or 2 years of my college education paid for by this program. That was the question. Thank you.
On that point, I think one of the reasons why we're concerned about that, Mr. Chairman, is that in the governor's current program, in his proposed budget, he has basically cut money out for dual and concurrent programs. So that's a concern that we have here. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to understand this question. Are you talking about students who don't have a high school diploma enrolling at at some of the higher educational institutions that don't accept students that haven't yet graduated high school?
Who's directing that?
Representative Lay.
I'm sorry, I sort of dropped down back in, but no, schools will accept at times. I know my university accepts students from Conant High School. And there's no, there's maybe a local arrangement, and I think the students have to pay to some extent, but they do allow that. And I know of students who've actually been accepted without having graduated high school. It does happen. I mean, not often, but it does happen.
I do know that my institution, MIT, does provide education to younger students, but that's not on a credit basis. And anybody who's been accepted is conditional upon high school graduation to actually enroll and get those credits. So I guess I don't quite understand the concern when it's already set up for community colleges and other schools where you can get that running start. And I think we're conflating two different issues here.
Okay, I'd like to move on now to another point. We've hammered on this one. Are we still on page 1 or are we ready to move on?
Page 2.
Page 2, good. Making progress.
I've got a question.
We know you do.
Go ahead.
Okay, my question is, and it's a simple one. Once the distribution of the grant.
Mel, what line are you on right now?
I'm sorry. I'm looking on line 13.
Okay.
Once the transfer of the grant is made, the parent has been accepted, and the grant has been given to the scholarship organization. At that point in time, it's my understanding that the state of New Hampshire has no other obligation to ensure that the student is getting an adequate education. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Payments are made on a quarterly basis, as you'll see in 198.42. The progress of a student is monitored by the scholarship organization, and we have added the accountability measures that we talked about previously based on what we heard at the public hearings.
Yeah, so the answer to your question is, I would assume, is no, the department has no further responsibility. It really shifts that responsibility then to the scholarship organization.
Representative Myler, this is very similar to a homeschooling student, only this is a different leg of the stool. It's the fourth leg, the EFA. So now the student is now complying with compulsory attendance requirements. And within the EFA statute you see here, or the bill, that student is now responsible for submitting progress, a portfolio, progress report, standardized norm reference, standardized assessment data to the scholarship organization, which is then aggregated and sent on to the Department of Education.
So the answer to my question is yes. Because the department, all the department does is just receive the information, but it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, it is a scholarship organization that's responsible for the continuity of the education of the EFA student.
I think it's also backing off where the parent is responsible and the student is responsible.
Well, obviously, but I'm talking from an institutional standpoint, because I'm concerned about making sure that there is that adequate education being given. And I'm just saying the person who's responsible, the parent clearly is, but the institution that monitors this, that grants the fees to the respective education service provider, is in fact the scholarship organization.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I really don't see much difference between this process and that of homeschooling. Homeschooling, you have the same requirements in terms of the assessment accountability side of things. And yet we're seeing amongst our homeschoolers very, very high achievement rates. So it's a program that is working. And I see no reason why this program set up in a very similar manner wouldn't work either.
Yeah, and again, I'm not talking about quality. The question is either yes or no, who's responsible for that child? And I assume, my assumption reading this is that it is in fact on a primary standpoint, it is the scholarship organization, not the Department of Education.
Go ahead.
I think there is also the question, are we looking at education through the lens of government control of a student's education or parental control of a student's education? I think we have to put parents back in their proper place in the education of their children as well.
I don't debate the role of parents. It's very key. I'm just thinking the institution who's responsible for the taxpayer dollars, making sure there's an adequate education. So I'll answer the question. For me, it's the scholarship organization. Thank you, and we can move on.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Question, if I may, on line 15 of the Allard-Ladd amendment. It wasn't in the packet amendment, but it was in this one. You inserted the term approved private school. Can you tell me what that means, approved private school? Who does the approving?
The Department of Education.
So to follow up to that, if I am Steve Woodcock's elementary school for ESA students and homeschoolers, they could not come to my school?
Are you approved by the Department of Education? I think that also goes to the informational session a few weeks ago where a former legislator was concerned about students with an EFA going to schools of terrorism. I think it's a similarly ridiculous situation or ridiculous question.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chairman, it wasn't anything about terrorism, nor ridiculous. This is ridiculous in my mind, but beyond that, if I am a religious school in the state of New Hampshire, do I have to be approved by the Department of Education, Mr. Cordelli?
I believe they are, yes.
Every religious school? Is that a?
Yes. Yeah, it's all that information and the list of schools is on the department website, available for everyone.
I know what schools were on the site. Thank you. They're not all there.
That should answer your question then.
Are there any other questions on page 2? Not seeing any hands.
Yes, I have one more, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. On line 35, it talks 35 on page 2 of the Ladd-Allard amendment. It talks about summer educational programs. So if I am going to take a STEM class, ESA would pay for that for my child. It's an educational program. Is that correct?
I would think so.
If I am going to take a swimming instructional program under the guise of physical education, would the ESA pay for that?
It might be in the context of what that class is. If it's just a swimming class, I'm not sure if that would qualify.
If I am going to take an advanced athletic competition class to improve my skills, would that fit under that category?
As someone would do in high school, possibly?
No, I'm talking about summer school.
Well, as someone in high school would do, an advanced physical program, I would imagine would be available through a high school. That would also be available through the EFA.
So that means basically I could go to summer camp, athletic camp, basketball camp, I know what you're saying, and pay for that out of line 35 under summer educational program ESA. That's fine. I'm just trying to know what I can go to. Thank you.
A lot of assumptions. Okay, going on to page 3.
No, I've got a page 2 question.
What's your question, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's 2 questions, and I'll just sort of be efficient and ask them right there. But on page 2, line 10, the treasurer shall transfer. Just wondering about the transfer authority of funds coming out of the Education Trust Fund. And the second part of the question is the per pupil adequate education grant pursuant to 19840A. which I know is subject of a lot of other bills right now, including House Bill 608, which I think we're going to talk about later. And the specific question is, how do you, I guess, how do you consider the that in House Bill 608 specifically, that amount of money includes free and reduced price lunch equitable grant dollars that are not student specific, but are specific to the school district that the student currently attends?
Currently, the Department of Education communicates to the treasurer the amount to be sent to school districts. It would be no different for the transfer to a scholarship organization. And currently, the adequacy grant formula includes the base adequacy amount plus the differentiated aid categories that are in statute right now. We're only dealing with what is in statute now, not what is proposed language that might not be signed into law.
Okay, so quick follow-up. So I'm sure then you're aware that in 19839, the monies from such fund, so this is the statute that establishes the Education Trust Fund, monies in such fund shall not be used for any purpose other than to distribute adequate education grants to municipalities, school districts, and to approved charter schools pursuant to RSA 19842, and to provide the low and moderate income homeowners property tax relief program under RSA 19856, which I actually have to jump off to and talk to in a few minutes, and to fund kindergarten programs as may be determined by the general court.
Thank you. Further questions?
I'm just saying, all right, yeah.
Further comments? Okay, we're going to move on to page 3 now. We have some business to do today. So page 3.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
On line 17, it talks about that the funds from the EFA are not taxable income according with the IRS. Didn't we, when we were dealing with this question before, didn't we just determine that state law does not predispose IRS regulations, that in fact it's the IRS that is the one who determines what is taxable income? Am I incorrect in remembering that when we dealt with this issue before?
I do not recall that conversation previously, but this information, this language has been incorporated in other states in similar programs without any difficulty.
Okay, thank you. Another question, please, on line 24 of page 3. It reads, nothing in this chapter shall be construed to require an EFA student to be enrolled full or part-time in either a private school or a non-public online school. So I need a clarification. What's that mean from a standpoint of a child who is not going to be in a private school or a non-online school? What is the options for a student at that point in time?
A totally customized education mapped out by their parents and others in terms of online courses, tutors. It could be a teacher at a small group instruction. It could be a homeschool co-op, whatever are allowable expenses that would cover the education of a child to best meet their needs.
So on that point then, Representative Cordelli, a person who has that kind of a program that you've just defined, I would assume when they reach the age of matriculation at age 18, they would not have a graduate degree or a diploma. Is that correct?
that could be the case.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Lakis?
There are a lot of accrediting organizations, both in the state and nationally, and there are a lot of homeschoolers who want actually accreditation for the classes that they have, and so they work through those organizations. They have to turn in whatever paperwork, et cetera, that organization wants, and so a person could come out with a high school diploma from one of those accrediting organizations that exist now.
Thank you.
Representative Lay?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the questions. Just a real quick one on near the top of the page, fees for transportation paid to a fee-for-service transportation provider. Again, if I set up my own company to do such a thing, can I pay myself to transport my child?
I doubt whether that kind of situation would be approved, depending on the situation. Public schools now pay parents to transport their own children.
Okay, so it could happen. Okay. And then further down on the page, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the earlier amendment, so I don't have the exact line, but it's close to this, somewhere around line probably 20, 21, 22. This is on the EFA is closed because of an intentional and substantial misuse of funds. And I believe the word intentional has been added here. I was wondering why. I believe in the original bill, it just said substantial misuse of funds.
Yes, that was a legal suggestion that we received. We have other suggestions that it be just substantial or just intentional. So we covered both with intentional and substantial.
Well, if it were both, it would be intentional or substantial. In that case, so here you're setting the bar rather high. Am I correct by saying it must be demonstrated not just that there is substantial misuse, but that it was intentionally misused as well? Correct. Both need to be met in order to
unintentional misuse. I don't think would be something that we wanted to prosecute someone for. But certainly, if there is a pattern of misuse and it isn't intentional, that's something that should be looked at.
Like you, I don't want to become a lawyer, but my understanding is that intentional is a rather high bar to set there. So anyway, that's just, thank you. It helps.
Any further questions on page 3?
Yes, my hand's still raised, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Representative Turner and I both have Tanner and I both have our hands up, but I'll go amend before women. The question goes back to page 3, which we're on, line 4 and 5. It's a follow-up to my homeschool question before of a youngster who was 18, homeschooled and not graduated. So that means I could not only allow my youngster or send my youngster to a college, I could have them take the Uber service and pay the Uber to take them back and forth every day. Under that piece, right?
Are you talking about transportation to school or? Yes, right. I'm trying to get clarification on your question. Are you talking about transportation to someone who's providing an educational service?
Yes, I'm talking about line 4. Line 4, I am a homeschooled 19-year-old non-high school graduate attending a college. And line 5, we're going to have Uber take them back and forth. Is that correct?
Students all over the country currently take taxi services or bus services to educational service opportunities. That is what is being covered here.
Representative Cordelli, so I'm not care about students all over the United States. Students all over the United States aren't being bankrupt by this bill. I'm just asking about this particular line. So in your view, yes, I can go to college, get paid.
My view is that we are looking to cover transportation services to an education service provider.
So the answer is yes. Thank you.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you for taking my question. I just want to go back to the income tax question that was here before, and also there's some other issues later on in the bill. But since you mentioned that this has been used in other states where this same bill has come up, has there been any court challenges, or do you expect court challenges to this bill?
I do not. Representative Lakis, you had a question?
Have there been court challenges
I'm
to
sorry,
the income
did you
tax?
want to have a follow-up?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Have there been court challenges to the income tax part of this bill?
Not
The
to my knowledge.
exemption?
Not to my knowledge. Representative Lakis?
Yeah, I just wanted to say somehow in our minds, we're cumulatively adding all of these things, college courses, tuition, et cetera, and forgetting that there is an upper limit. And for a family that has money and doesn't have any other special needs, it's like 3,700 and something. A parent is given a pot of money to be distributed amongst other things. So if they spend that money to send their child for a couple courses at the college and transportation to get there, they aren't going to have it for other things that they might need to have. So it's a set pot of money. It's not breaking the bank providing all this huge list of things. It's whatever the parent can get with that set amount of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Page 4 then.
Mr. Chairman, follow up to that comment.
Okay.
I understand, Representative Lekas, that it is a limited amount of money, anywhere between $4,000 and $8,000, their pool. I understand Representative Cordelli's position that parents should be allowed to control where they go. But think about the scenario here, under the last one about education summer programs. I can go to a summer program, buy Uber, take a basketball course, and have the taxpayers foot it. That's all I'm saying. The bill allows that. Thank you.
On page 4, I have a question.
Yes, Representative Myler.
Okay, I'm looking at that on page, on line 3. So my presumption of the statement about the, that the parents will ensure that an education takes place in the domains of science, mathematics, language, government, history, health, reading, writing, spelling, history of the Constitution of the United States and New Hampshire. So my sense is that before there was I thought there was an indication that, you know, parents can do anything they want to. But with this language, am I correct that regardless of the approach that an EFA parent might want to take, they have to ensure that these domains must be part of their education? Am I reading that correctly?
I'm not sure what you meant by parents can do anything that they want, but these are the core knowledge domains that are in the statute, yes, and parallel existing statute.
So yes, thank you.
Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a real quick question on, we're on page 4, I assume. I'm sorry, I had to drop out for a minute. This is just on the portfolio piece that the parent, it's one of the options for the sort of assessment of academic progress. And it states, or a teacher currently teaching in a non-public school. Okay. So does that have to be an approved non-public school, or could it be any non-public school, anything?
Yes, it would be an approved public school. Yes, non-public school.
So should it have the word approved maybe in there? Because again, we don't want them going to the Stephen Woodcock School for gosh knows what.
It's a good school, though. It's a good school.
So anyway, it's just a suggestion, small point. Thank you.
Representative Cordelia, I have a question on the assessment parts here. One of the concerns I have, I see that there are 3 options that an EFA student has for some sense of accountability of the education they're receiving. But it's my understanding that with these assessments, that a homeschool student would not be eligible. It's my understanding that homeschool students do not have to file assessment reports to anyone, and that a homeschool parent, that the law basically requires that the homeschool parents to keep those records personal, and they don't have to report that to anyone. Am I incorrect in that understanding?
These provisions are slightly different than for a homeschool student because they are different categories of student.
But if I'm a homeschool student and I seek an EFA grant, that then moves me into another category according to this law.
That's correct. You no longer are a homeschool student. You are now an EFA student.
So if I am a homeschool student and I do not want to have and comply with these 3 options of accountability, then I, in essence, could not become an EFA student, because if I did, then I would have to submit those reports to the scholarship organization. Correct?
If a homeschool student and their parents decide that they want to get an EFA account, they would have to comply with these provisions.
Okay, thank you, because we have received, as we all know, we have received a few emails from homeschool parents concerned about potential impact upon their ability to continue to be a homeschool parent as well as being an EFA. But you've clarified that in fact they have a decision to make, either stay a homeschool or become an EFA. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, that's one of the main things we wanted to do in this amendment, from what we've seen in emails and heard from people and heard at the hearings. That was the purpose of putting forward this amendment.
Thank you.
Are we on to page 5? Excuse me.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
President Tanner, I'm sorry.
Thank you. With this assessment part, if they take the state test or any part of it, I guess, are they part of the ESSA? Are they included in ESSA at all for statistics or for whatever? The education.
In terms of ESSA is the we have a state plan for complying with federal ESSA law. I'm not sure what you're.
If they take the statewide assessment,
yes,
are they then part of the ESSA? The ESSA statistics that go in, and do we have a special category for them, or?
There's. I have not discussed with the department if there'd be a separate category, but I do not envision that would be required.
Okay, and just another follow-up on this, again, coming back to my initial question, where the scholarship organization is doing all this, and we presently have 2 approved scholarship organizations. Will there be a brand new RFP put out so that we will understand who actually is running this?
I believe that's what I indicated earlier.
So it isn't necessarily the Children's Scholarship Fund that we're talking about at this point.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. There would be a an RFP, is my understanding from the department. That's the process that would be followed.
Thank you.
On that point, though, could it be possible that there could be multiple scholarship organizations that would be prepared to monitor this? Or is it the intent of this law that there'd be one scholarship organization only?
I believe the intent is that there would be one scholarship program, one scholarship organization managing the program.
Thank you.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you.
I thought you might like to talk to somebody different for just a minute or so, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. You owe me. So as part of the agreement that the parent makes in getting into the program, they agree that their student will not attend their resident district full-time. That's correct, right?
Yes.
Could a student take one course? What if the student wanted to take lab science or foreign language or something that the parent didn't feel that they could provide for the student? Could they do that in their resident high school?
Chemistry lab or something like that? Yeah.
And I heard Representative Ladd say something about a fee. A school could in fact charge a fee if the child were not being funded through the adequacy grant or whatever. Am I correct in that?
Are you on our curricular or non-curricular?
Alicia's nodding, so I'm going to go with Alicia that
I just walked in, so.
I'm on page 4. I'm just asking a question. As part of the parental agreement, it says that you won't enroll your student full-time. So I was asking, can you go part-time? Is there a fee? Who sets up that fee and administers it? Does the scholarship organization do that as well?
Can I answer that?
Okay, Representative Lakis.
Yeah, this was a question I had because my last son was homeschooled and he took 2 classes at the high school all the time. And I did call the DOE because I wanted to make sure that children doing this could still do that. And I said, and we didn't pay anything because we pay taxes. And he said, well, actually, the school is reimbursed for those classes. Were we reimbursed when my son went? And that with this, the parent, since the parent now has the state money and that was reimbursed from the state money at that 0.15, the parent would then reimburse the school from this for that 0.15. So it would be the amount that the state would have paid, only because the state gave the money to the parent already, then it has to come out of the EFA money, but it's the same money that would have gone to the school either way.
No, I get that. What I want to know though is who has to do the accounting for this? Does the scholarship organization do it? Or is the school supposed to do the accounting for this? Or
the school would be a service provider and would be paid from the account.
okay, so so my follow-up then to that, and I'm sorry that it's not on the right page, and you can tell me to wait until we get to the page if you want, but how would that interface with no government control and no state regulations or whatever if you're an actual public school providing the service?
My understanding is that that would be an agreement between the family and the public school in order to provide access at a certain agreed upon price.
Right, but on page 8, I think, Representative Leon, there's that statement about no government, no ESP will be subject to government control. And then right below that, Roman 2 says that, I'm paraphrasing, but says that the statute does not expand the state's rights to make rules and regulations basically around it. So I get how it works if you're not a government agency, but I don't get how it works if you are a government agency.
I guess it comes to the matter of voluntary participation, because if you voluntarily are working with your school district, that's not increasing their control. It's allowing you to voluntarily enter into an agreement with a government body, and it shouldn't always be about mandates. It should be about the fact that our government does serve the people, and we do provide important services, and this should be there should be voluntary ways that do not need to be strictly laid out, when you can reach an agreement that is agreeable to the school, to the parent, and to the student to best provide it.
I think I'm coming at it from a different direction, though. What I want to know is the school subject to control? What I want to know is, hey, if I'm a chemistry teacher in a public school and I've got ESA kids, can I sort of skirt the regulations or do things differently because I get sort of a free pass on the regulation aspect of my teaching?
Because you're now an ESP.
Yeah, because you're an ESP. You're no longer, you know what I'm saying? I
don't think so, unless you're talking about our other bill, which grants waivers for innovation.
There you go. Touche, Representative Cordelli. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative Mullen. Okay, further questions, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Page 4. I had 2 questions, but Representative Mullen stole one. In the part of the accountability, Representative Ladd, and the amendment that the most recent one, the Allard Ladd amendment, I can't see the number because it's on the screen. The one we got this afternoon. It talks about under 14 that the certification, the review of the assessment, the authentic assessment, all those types of pieces can be selected by a teacher, by the parent. So basically, if I understand this right, if I am a teacher of a youngster, I can also be one selected to meet this assessment requirement by the parent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's really not so it's like, taking care of your own. It's sort of like the who's in control of the forest. If I'm teaching you, I'm assuming you're doing well, and I'm saying you assessed it. Okay. So that I want to go one more part of that, if I may, Representative Ladd. That whole piece, the requirement, the assessment, the certification, the parent doing this, the teachers doing that, making sure the youngster is on track. Would that not be in conflict with the same citation that Representative Mullen talked about on page 8, line 33? That says the ES students shall be given maximum freedom to provide, ESPs, provide the needs without any government control. Wouldn't that be government control? Telling them that they have to, that the outline of our structure is telling them that they have to do these assessments?
I don't know, throughout this entire bill, we've had questions regarding accountability. And I think these assessments back right to that form of accountability. And every one of these 4 areas that we have, public school, private school, EFA, and homeschooling, there's an accountability process laid out in statute.
But my question, Representative Ladd, is wouldn't that be government control?
I think that you're looking at the assessment, which is accomplished the way it's so stated here, is yes, it is looking at that we through the compulsory attendance, we're saying that, and with state monies involved, there has to be some kind of accountability that there is a program occurring and the program is effective.
I'm not talking about compulsory attendance, Representative Ladd. I'm talking about line 33 that says that provider, I don't think anything wrong with it. The providers are allowed maximum flexibility without government control. But it seems to me, once we start putting these standards in of certified assessment, that's government control. We're telling them what they have to do. It just doesn't make any sense. You can't have it both ways. That's all.
So do I take it that you are not in favor of those accountability standards?
As regards what? The one of the, after I go to college, via my Uber, play basketball, and use the tax money? That's a good standard. No.
I didn't catch that, but
Sorry.
Representative.
Yeah, it says that the provider is not under those standards. It doesn't say that the parent-student is not. The parent-student is agreeing to these things when they do this. That's saying the government, it doesn't say the government has control over the student or their learning. It says the government has, or not control. It says the government, the provider is not being, having additional, at any rate, you know what I mean.
If they, Elise, if they have to provide assessment, that's control. We tell them what they have to assess and how to do it.
Representative Mullen. Do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell me who the scholarship organization answers to? Who oversees, like who, if I was a parent and I had a problem with the scholarship organization, who is who's Kate Baker's boss? Who am I talking to if I have?
Representative Cordelli, you're talking with.
No. I mean, if I'm a parent and I need to meet with somebody because the scholarship organization is, in my estimation, doing something inappropriately or whatever. Who do I go to? Is it the Department of Ed?
In various places here, both for parents and providers, there are appeals process, as in current statute now, that allow appeals to the Department of Education.
Okay, so it would be the Department of Education. All right, thank you.
Yes. Further questions? Okay, are we off of this, what, page 4 were we on, or page 5? Oh, okay, see, I was outside, I had a call come in. So which page are we on, Representative Myler?
5.
Thank you. Are there any questions referencing, we've moved around when one page necessarily maybe backed up with another page, yes, but page 5, are there any comments? Representative Mullen, you have your hand up. Is taking it down? Okay, thank you. Representative Woodcock. You're on mute.
That's probably the best way to have me. Thank you, Representative Ladd. I apologize. On page 5, line 24 of the most recent amendment, tonight's Ladd-Allard amendment, the last one that came in. On page 24, it says, if I read the right there, section A, 22, 3, and 4, the intent of that is to the scholarship organization to provide the most non-restrictive and efficient manner to pay ESPs. Is that correct?
Now, which line are you on now?
It's Rick, line 22 through 26. It's the how I pay routine.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that they're trying to make it as simple as possible. Is that the right understanding?
Is that, if that was a question, yes, they're trying to eliminate the need for payment out of pocket where possible, and wait for reimbursement on the part of the parent.
Yeah, it sounds like teachers in the summer. I get that. Okay, so on line, thank you, Representative Cordelli. On line 23, it says, but rather, and that goes in maximum flexibility to the parents by facilitating direct payments to the ESPs. So my question there is, does that mean the scholarship organization will be sending the money, tuition money directly to the religious institution, religious school?
If there will be an electronic system, as I think Representative Lakis mentioned before, a system called Class Wallet, who we've heard from in the public hearing, is most likely the system, electronic system to be used. and the religious school or non-religious school would be a service provider and be in that system and be paid via that system for the tuition fees for the student.
Okay, so just to follow up your comment, Roseanne Kelly, I wasn't questioning how it did that. I understood that what Representative Leakes made very clear before, that system. So, but the bottom line is, the simple layman's term is, the money is going from the organization to the religious school, to the.
Not from the organization.
From
There- it's
the
coming
service
from-
provider. Service provider, state, service provider, religious school. Is that correct? Is that the chain?
The state funds get to put into the account.
Yep.
The account is directed by the parent, in this case, to the school for payment of tuition.
This says direct payments from the service, facilitating direct payments to the ES provider. Doesn't say from the parents, it's the scholarship organization. Doesn't say the parent. This is bypass the parent, that's the whole purpose. Thank you.
They are pre-approved programs, though.
Not suggesting they're not valid, not pre-approved, Representative Lett. I'm just saying the money in simple lay terms is going from the ESA to the provider to the religious school. That's all.
Representative Likas.
Yeah, my understanding is that it's sort of like having an EBT card. As the parent, you're actually using the card. The money is, and it goes through that service provider, but it is the parent who's using the card. So it's the parent who's paying, just like if you paid, let's say you paid with a Visa card, you're paying, but there's service interactions that go on in between, and your money goes from here to there, whatever, but you're the one, it's always considered that you're the one who's making the charge, right? Or with an EBT card, you're the one who's making the charge to the grocery store. And that's this, the parents are using the card and making the payment to the school, but it goes through the electronic service provider. There's a fee and whatever there, just like when you use your credit card and the money gets moved around. That's how it works.
I understand that, Representative Lakers, and thank you. But what this says is the money goes directly from the service provider, from the ESL, from the state, the service provider, granted the parents said it's okay, to the private school, the religious school. So the money's going directly there, even though the parent okayed it. That's what it says. Thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. This was a question I think I asked the people with the card before about pre-approval, and also about competition to get the cheapest amount for, I used an example, I think, of a literary book. But again, who makes the pre-approval of these expenses? Is it the scholarship organization, the card company? Is there any conflict of interest clause there? Those are some of the questions I have about that.
It's, who approves the pre-approved, items?
The service providers are entered into the system, in this case, probably the Class Wallet system, by the scholarship organization, based on requests from the parent that we're going to be sending little Joey to the, well, in this case, not the Woodcock School, but maybe the Moffett School, which has been approved by the department.
Probably a better choice.
I did ask.
What I'm talking about is the pre-approval of the individual, of the, let's say they go to the Moffett School and they want to purchase a book to read for creative writing or something. Is the Moffett School the people that pre-approve it? Is the scholarship company the one that pre-approve it? Is the parent the one that pre-approves it? And is there any conflict of interest clause there?
I did ask about this because there was concern. Parents, very often homeschool parents like to buy used books from other homeschool parents. And I did call and ask, was that something that would be allowed? And they said that what would happen is that the parent who wanted to sell the used books would just contact the scholarship organization, and the scholarship organization would approve them for selling those used books to those other parents. Does that answer your question?
Just like your university bookstore.
Is there a conflict of interest clause anywhere here? Does anybody see a conflict of interest?
With the school selling the student a book, isn't that what happens in bookstores all the time?
No, with the pre-approval and the fact that what they can buy and what they can't. Bookstores don't tell you what you can't buy and what.
All expenses are tracked in the system by a category being the type of educational material that is being purchased or the service that's being purchased. So you could, if you want to find out how many number 2 pencils were purchased versus number 3 pencils, you could do that.
Really?
From whom do you find that out?
There are many reports standard within the system that will be available to both the scholarship organization and the department.
Representative Lay, do you have a question?
Actually, I do. Thank you. So I'm just interested in just a couple of quick questions that just came up based on this. So am I correct in understanding then that if we're using the class wallet system, the parent receives the money from the state via the scholarship organization? Okay, so that's now in the EFA. 10% or up to 10% can be kept by the scholarship organization. Okay, and now did I hear that the card company can also take some money off, transaction fees? Is that true? Is that as well? And that would come from the EFA as well?
I believe that that's part of the fees that would be charged from the class wallet system to the scholarship organization and come from their administrative
So it
fees.
would be paid then by the scholarship organization. I see. Okay. And then just really quick on the second thing was that there was something about a homeschooling parent who wants to sell their used books to another homeschooling parent, and the one who wants to sell them needs to be approved by the scholarship organization as legitimate. What if you want to buy your books from Barnes and Noble? Do they need to be approved?
Yes, they could be in the system as a service provider.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got 2 questions. One of the concerns that we have is that the experience of Florida, Arizona, Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, these types of programs have been fraught with fraud. And these states, I'm assuming, have learned from their mistakes with the fraudulent actions taken place by some of the participants in these programs. So my first question deals with, are you convinced that the items that you have mentioned here in this particular section of the law would limit fraud from those participants?
I would take exception to your comments about the substantial fraud in those locations. We did have testimony about Arizona during the public hearing from a fraudulent lobbyist who did not give his full background, who mischaracterized things that had gone on in Arizona, where possibly 1% of the money was categorized as misused as per an audit, and that is one reason why Arizona has provided more administrative fees to their department to run the operation and have begun implementing the class wallet system that we are talking about here.
Well, your information, my information differ because there has been, in fact, fraud, and there's been changes in the law as a result of that to protect that. That's answered. You answered my first question. To me, it still is a question. Second question is, please outline for me what happens in paragraph 3, Roman numeral 3 here, that deals with a special ed parent who wants to use an EFA account, and what happens to the rights, the federal and state rights of a disabled student, a special education student, et cetera. If I choose as a parent to come into the EFA program, what happens to those rights from a state and federal standpoint that I have under a public education system?
We've heard many times from people that I think wrongly misstate that parents lose their IDEA protections when they withdraw their child from a public school. There are, in fact, IDEA federal regulations involved in placing a student in a private school. It's parental placement in private school statutes, and I'd be glad to provide you copies of the law regarding that, in which the LEA, the private school, and the parent get together and come up with a service plan, and that a percentage, proportional percentage of the federal IDEA funds that go to that LEA would be provided to the private school for use in the service plan for that child that is developed.
So are you, excuse me, sorry.
That's okay. So for instance, if there were 10 students in that LEA with disabilities, one was placed by a parent in a private school, 1/10 of the federal monies that go to the district would be provided to the to pay for the service plan in that private school.
If my child, just a follow-up, if my child had an IEP and chose to go to another school, my presumption then, and correct me if I'm wrong, my presumption is that the local school district then does not have a responsibility of going and implementing the IEP. That would be the new school, unlike charter schools, for example, where the resident school district is responsible for that IEP. In this instance, the new school, the new service provider, if you may, they would be responsible for whatever the parent and that service provider would develop for the special needs of that particular student. Is that correct?
The parent, as we heard in testimony from, I think it was the lady from Arizona who has an ESA and a child with disabilities, yes, they worked out with different service providers for the best services they could find for their child with disabilities, and paid for it with their ESA, including any kind of therapies or special tutors, et cetera, that the parent might feel appropriate.
So the answer is, my question was, the local school district does not have any responsibility for that child, the IEP, when they leave the school district with the EFA. That's correct, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's what my question was.
I might add too, Representative Myler, that in developing a service plan, part of that IDEA money that's used for developing service plans and looking to help kids which are not in the regular school but have IEPs is reserved by the department. And it's not that much money, but it is available to assist kids in attaining their IEPs through, as we've talked here, through a service provider.
And if I could just ask, the subject of audits and so forth, I'd be interested, Representative Myler, in those information on those audits that you cited.
Absolutely. I read about it, and I can tell you that there was fraud in those states, big time.
I'd be glad to see that. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I'll give you the reference to it. Absolutely.
Representative Lay. No, wake up. You're on mute.
I'm okay. I'm sorry. I forgot to take my hand down. That was my fault. Sorry.
I'm sorry to wake you up.
No, I'm not. I'm paying attention. My head gets heavy though. That's all. So.
Okay.
We're praying.
Okay, are we done with page 5? Can we, Representative Luno?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I was sort of jumping ahead to page 6, but it was tied right in with this,
Great.
with the question.
We'll go to page 6.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So sort of following on Representative Myler's question with regards to being able to detect substantial misuse of the funds. I was just wondering how adding the requirement to prove that it was intentional, how that's proven and how that helps to ferret out fraud.
Was intentional and substantial misuse.
Are you asking for what intentional means?
No, I know what intentional means, but this is going to turn into a law. So obviously intentional is something that would have to be proven. And so I'm referring to page 6, line 7. And this is specifically as it relates to the misuse of funds, which I think is what Representative Myler was talking about. So in this amendment, the words intentional and were added as an additional hurdle in determining or in proving substantial misuse of funds. So I was just wondering what prompted that additional hurdle to make it a little bit harder, or maybe a lot harder, to determine fraud.
Legal advice suggested the word intentional.
For what purpose?
For what, I'm sorry, for what purpose, basically that an unintentional charge of an expense would not facilitate contacting the Attorney General's office. We're looking for intentional misuse. Just like with a school district in my county that mischarged the federal government for a lunch program for a number of years, was investigated, but I'm not sure if it was deemed unintentional, but was not fined by the federal government. So I think intentional is a key insertion here.
Just a follow up on that? Did your attorney give you a legal basis for proving intent?
They did not, but I'm sure you could, help us and find an attorney that would give us that legal basis.
Going on to Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Is there any penalty other than they just don't get the EFA anymore for intentional and substantial misuse of funds? Is there any penalty?
There
You have
is
to
a
repay the
provision-
fund?
There is a provision for referral to the department and to the Attorney General's office.
and they would make the determination as to what the penalty was. I mean, in other pieces of legislation, we have, that it's a felony for certain things, or, we've actually put in fines. And all I see in here is that they lose their EFA.
I think that they would be, the Attorney General's office would be capable of determining what the charging offense would be.
And I believe that's alluded to on lines 26 and 27.
Process.
Which is process, but when you're talking about a fraudulent use, once the Attorney General knows that, there are consequences. Next question from, let's go back to Representative Woodcock. You're next, Representative Lee. I haven't forgotten you out there.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. Just two clarifications, simply one. On the intentional and substantial area, if it was an unintentional error, and I don't know what you determine substantial is, but I make an unintentional error of $750, $1,000. Is there a way, requirement that be paid back? I didn't do it intentionally, but I don't want to get thrown out of the program, but I made a purchase error of $1,000 wrong. What's the process there?
I'm sure that would be adjusted through the class wallet system.
And that's in this law? I didn't see it. That's stated in this law? I didn't see that. That's why I asked.
Representative Woodcock, we've had a number of situations, and one that Representative Cordelli alluded to was the Medicaid in schools and how school districts were misinterpreting how to assess the need for this, and they were billing, and the billing had not been recommended by a person qualified to make that determination, as you may recall. I think all school districts were caught up in this. And of course, the concern was primarily that of the department, that if they allowed this to continue, then we could lose other federal grant monies. So that it was corrected by rebaking the rules with working with Health and Human Services. And we're now on smooth territory. That's been fixed. Nobody had to end up paying money. We continued forward. So I would hope that most of these activities would be rectified in a manner similar to what we've had experience in the public schools with.
Okay. And the last question on this page for me, if I may, Mr. Chairman, on line 13, when they're talking about the minimum of random independent audits, Rick, do we know if minimum is like 1 annually or 5? Historically, what do they do in the other areas? What is that number? Is it a substantial number, or is it's just free floating?
It's an annual audit. You'll see in the next line down on line 15.
The number. How many random audits? That's the question. What does minimum mean? 1, 5, 10, 100? What does it mean?
Who determines it?
Who determines it? Thank you. What is it? What's the number?
Are you asking about random audits?
I'm asking on line 13, Representative, page 6. When it says minimum number, I'm just asking.
Shall add a minimum. That's the minimum requirement, not a minimum number. It's a minimum requirement that they conduct random audits.
I understand that. Minimum requirement, they conduct random audits. My question is, how many random audits do they do?
At least 1 annually.
One? Out of all these potential thousands of students that may take this program?
An annual audit annually is the minimum requirement.
1 out of thousands. Thank you.
I'm not sure what you mean by 1 out of thousands.
If I can address this from a data management point of view, the minimum number would depend based upon the complexity. This isn't something we can put in statute. If there's more complexity to it, the minimum number to audit would be higher than if everything was very simple and straightforward. This is going to depend upon the level of data, and this isn't something we can foresee at this time.
Thank you.
Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a point, I disagree with the prior statement. The law could easily state 20% of all EFAs shall be audited on a randomized basis every year. There's nothing to prevent that. Right now, the way I read this, and again, I'm following on Representative Woodcock, shall at a minimum conduct random independent audits. It does not state how many. The scholarship, is it correct? The scholarship organization could conclude that they meet that requirement by auditing one EFA per year.
We have the issue of garbage in, garbage out. If you mandate a minimum number, that doesn't necessarily.
I will
You have your hand up.
defer my time to Representative Leon.
Representative
Okay,
Leon
thank
has
you.
her hand up.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. As an economist and as a data analyst, this is something that you could specify that, but that does not mean that it is meaningful or useful information. This is something that would come through the general oversight of it in the RFP, where they could look to this and spell it out based upon the actual data that they are facing. This is not something that can reasonably be mandated at this point.
I'm sorry, I missed all that. My internet just cut out. All I heard was something mandated at this point.
What I said is that as an economist and as a data analyst, I know that you can set a certain level prescriptively, but that does not mean that it is useful information. This is something that in the RFP process, it can be better addressed than we can do here today.
I'm gonna react to this. If you look down on the top of page 7 in regard to all this, this Board of Education shall adopt rules pursuant to RSA 541A relative to the EFA program. The scholarship organization may adapt rules or procedures that are necessary for the administration of this chapter, and this is a Roman numeral 16 in that chapter. This may include guidelines or procedures. So it looks like there's the ability to develop, once we know, for example, that there's X number. It's just like if we're going to do a survey of our faulty buildings in this state, we're not going to put down, we're going to have to do a random, of 10 or so. We got to first find out how many are faulty, and then on you go before you go. Representative Lay.
Right. I understand what you're saying here, but this is public money that is being utilized. And as a taxpayer, I want to know where the public money is going. And if there is no requirement here, and right now I do not see anything other than an absolutely minimal requirement for auditing any EFAs. And by the way, I also don't see any requirement for the auditing of the scholarship organization either. You're basically potentially giving away public monies.
Well, I think that in regard to, for example, what I've mentioned in several hearings already, that there are many DOE 25 forms which are submitted that are audited, but there's a number that aren't. And I think if you were to ask folks over the Department of Education, would it be wise for these all to be audited? They say yes. But right now, there's a number of errors that can come in, and perhaps we ought to have the same requirement that you're speaking to here for the public schools as well when they're submitting their annual reports.
They also are audited by the fact that they report to public bodies, including their school boards, and the fact that they report to their voters as well. Whereas in this case, there is no such reporting.
And wouldn't it be nice if they reported to parents as well?
Parents are voters.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I guess I have two questions on this. One would be, so what is best practice as far as setting up audits, the number of random audits, considering that we have an approximation of students that could possibly be eligible for this, number one. And second of all, who's going to write the new RFP for this scholarship organization?
What page is that on?
Well, it was mentioned by Representative Leon that the number of audits and the procedure, and you spoke to the fact that the scholarship fund was going to set up rules and regulations. And she mentioned that it would be in the RFP. I'm just wondering who is in charge of making up the RFP, and what would be the best practices from a risk management or data analyst point of view for audits, the number of random audits.
That is a question about best practices. I'm not sure how many statisticians we have on this committee, but I believe that this is the sort of thing that should be handled through the guidelines that are already provided for in this bill, because that falls better under the Department of Education.
Okay, next individual, Representative Tanner. Is she, or Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want a point of clarification before we go on. In the meantime, I've been doing some checking on the issue of special education. And I have found that the federal IDEA money can only be used for students in public schools, not in this program. Cannot leave public schools. They have to, if they want to take advantage of the IDEA money, it's only in public education, public schools. Thank you.
Representative Lakis, you got your hand up? We got.
Yes, but children right now get services, et cetera, provided by private schools. And so that would still be something a parent would negotiate. But the other part I was going to comment on was that we legislators pass laws all the time, and they're generally open because we can't foresee all the things. So we make them general, and then whoever is enacting them makes the rules, and the rules go before JLCAR, et cetera. And so in this case, the rules will come after this. We're putting the policy, the general guidelines, and then the State Board of Education will adopt rules. The scholarship organization may adopt guidelines or procedures, but we're still having oversight of this by the Department of Education, which, if you think about, at least the commissioner is appointed by an elected official. So it's still just like a superintendent is appointed by an elected official.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes, in terms of Representative Myler's question about the use of funds, quoting children enrolled in a private school by parents. Let me see if I can find the right section. Amounts to be expended for the provision of these services, including direct services to a parentally placed private school children by the educational agency, shall be equal to the proportionate amount of federal funds made available under this chapter. In calculating the proportionate amount of federal funds, the local education agency shall go through a child find process to make sure that they know how many children with disabilities are in the LEA, and then divide the number by the total amount of federal funds to come up with a per student basis. And that's the amount of money that would go to the provision of services in the private school. And I'll be glad to send you the statutes.
Further comments? Representative Lay?
Sorry, I had my hand up from before. Sorry.
Okay.
I keep forgetting to do that. I'm sorry.
Okay, we are now on what, page, what, 7?
7.
Yeah. Any further questions on page 7? Let's move
yes.
on.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Representative Myler.
Yeah, you have the whole issue of, we've talked about this before, and that's on line 15. We talk about discrimination. And we have issues with that, obviously. We don't believe that public monies should be used in discriminating institutions. And that's we believe that's a problem. I guess the makers of this proposal of this amendment don't feel that's a really an important thing. We do. We don't think any child should be discriminated against. And I've used the example, I think, of the Tri-State Christian Academy that basically excluded a student after being in their school for 11 years, became transgender, and was basically eliminated from that school. Now, that's private money. I understand that. But if we're going to have public money being used for this, then I have strong concerns about potential discrimination in this bill for students who may want to have a Christian, in that example, may have a Christian education, but may be gay. And I think that's unfortunate that this particular bill allows that to happen, to discriminate against students of that nature. I'm sorry, that was a statement. I shouldn't have made a statement. That was not a question.
And if I may, I would like to remind the committee about the Gleason study that showed that there is a lower rate of bullying, harassment, and violence against gay and transgender students in private schools, including religious private schools, than occurs in the public schools. This is an issue where within those Christian worldviews and those private schools, a lot of these children are able to find a safe space that they did not have in their local public school.
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Yes, in that, I checked a little bit into that situation that Representative Myler mentioned, and it's my understanding that that was a mutually agreeable decision that the child would leave that school. And in terms of discrimination, I wish that public schools did not discriminate. They discriminate based on wealth. I don't think that there are a lot of families in Manchester who could afford to move to Bedford to get a better education for their child. They discriminate based on zip code. I'm sure that there are children in Tuftonboro that would like to go to the Moultonboro Academy. It might even be nearer to their house, but they can't because they are in the wrong zip code. And isn't it a shame that in America, children who are in a poor school district and their parents maybe use their grandparents' address so that their kid can go into a better school, have been sentenced to jail for trying to get a better education for their child. I think that's unconscionable, and the system has to change to allow parents to find the best education for their child. The family that I've been working with, based on bullying, they were granted manifest education hardship and said, go find another public school for your child. 2 public schools turned down that child. Now, is it because they had an IEP? Maybe, but they were rejected from those public schools. So, I don't want to hear that public schools do not discriminate. What about public schools that cannot accommodate a child?
Calm down.
I'm sorry, this is important to me.
It is to me too.
Well, I know
but
that.
I'm not going to start shouting at you.
Yeah, I wish it was important to everybody.
Go ahead, calm down. No, we do have some
I
schools.
apologize, Mr. Chair, for making a statement rather than a question. I'll wait for my emotion when we get into the debate. I apologize.
I do as well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. Let's get on with the business of trying to wade through this. Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question, and I raised it earlier, and I'm still a little unclear, but it appears to me that there's a clear conflict between state and federal non-discrimination laws and Section 194E417, which allows educational providers to discriminate based on religious-based policies. seems to me those two things are in direct conflict. And if anybody has any further information on that conflict, I would appreciate hearing it.
Thank you. Representative, which page are we on still? 7?
8.
8? Page 8? Yeah, I flipped mine over.
Page 7.
Page 8.
Still have questions on 7?
Are there any questions on page 7?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my hand's up.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you. I understand from, I couldn't tell which representative was speaking because they're not identified on the screen, except for the ones we can see. But the question wasn't the public schools and the parochial schools allowing bullying. Obviously, they don't. It occurs, and we know that. Nor where it is better. The question regarding lines 14 through 18 is the ability for my youngster to access a school if they are knowingly gay or lesbian when they apply, if in fact that school does not allow them to go there. And we had the Christian schools just the other day from Portsmouth say they would not allow them in dialogue. So which is fine, I'm just saying, but that's public money saying they can't go there. That's discriminatory practice. And that's the issue of the schools themselves not allowing youngsters in there. And as regards the Molten Borough, Tufton Borough, I would think Representative Cordelli could fix that.
Thank you. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. When it mentions in this about the scholarship organization shall not exclude, discriminate, are we talking about New Hampshire's discrimination laws or the federal discrimination laws? Because I think sometimes they get confused. The federal discrimination laws are not as detailed as the state discrimination laws are. And I would like to know who abides by which non-discrimination laws between the scholarship organization, the schools that are providing these educational services, and I guess like the card company.
Anybody have an answer to that? I would think that all students and they're taking receiving an education opportunity in this state would be obligated to follow both federal and state legislation or statute.
I would just indicate also, if I might, that the religious character of an organization is central to religious freedoms in the country as ruled by the Supreme Court.
And when we look at certain statutes within state statute, there are exemptions for religious institutions in terms of housing, preferential treatment there. As we recall, when we looked at some of this language last year, when we were looking at other changes needed to incorporate education as part of discrimination in our laws. Representative Lay.
Thank you. I'll be right there. Yeah, just a couple of things. These are just back to the sort of financial pieces here. And I'm on page 7, but again, I'm looking at the morning's amendment, so my lines may be off by just a couple of lines. So we see on number 16, Roman numeral 16, scholarship organization may adopt guidelines or procedures. These may include requiring a surety bond for education service providers receiving more than 100,000. Would there be a reason not to require a surety bond? Because a surety bond would, serve some very positive purposes, I think. So would it not make more sense that over a certain threshold, there must be a surety bond?
Well, excuse me, what page were you on there, Representative Lay?
Page 7, I'm sorry, page 7. So Roman numeral 16, I believe it is, in page 7.
Line 12.
Oh, line 12, okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, line 12. So it's about the surety bond, and it just says for over 100,000 that they may require a surety bond. And I'm wondering, why would we say may if we have a threshold? The surety bond ensures certain things, particularly for the student and the parent, that the contract is honored, and if not, that there are means of recovery. Would it not perhaps be better to require a surety bond rather than just simply maybe? That's all. And I don't know if you need to answer that. It's more a suggestion, I suppose, than anything else. A second point is on Roman numeral 14, just above that, a little bit above that. And I've addressed this before, and I just wanted to again. The scholarship organization can receive and expend gifts, grants, and donations of any kind from any public or private entity to carry out the purposes of this chapter. So what would be the things that this scholarship organization could spend the money on? Could it include, for example, in some way distributing these gifts, grants, et cetera, to participants in the EFA program?
No. Individual contribution or deposits into the EFA account by the parent or others is prohibited in the statute.
So what would be the purpose then of, so I guess all I'm just trying to drive at here is if the scholarship organization receives these gifts, grants from whatever entities, what would they expend the money on then? What would they do with the funds then? Would it be to defray costs of the scholarship organization, or?
Representative Lakin.
Exactly. You've got it right there. That 10% might become 6% or 3% or nothing if they get enough scholarship grants. Yes.
Would it also increase the compensation of those running the organization? Yes, the answer is of course. So, okay, thank you.
Anything else on page 7? Page 8. Any comments?
Move on, 9. Move on to 9.
Okay, page 9. Any comments on page 9?
Page 10. Quick, page 10.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. On page 9, I don't know if I have the exact amendment that we're on, but at least in the original bill, I believe, the legal proceedings down at the bottom. And again, there's a no liability clause, not limited, but no liability clause for the scholarship organization. And also saying that legal challenges are restricted in certain ways in this particular section. And I was just wondering, just as I was with the income question, whether those will meet legal challenges and whether they in fact have been approved by a lawyer, that they actually are constitutional and legal to do that.
If I might, I believe that that language has been reviewed. Actually, I think we had testimony from the Institute for Justice during the hearing, and I believe that they have reviewed that language.
And as a follow-up, have there been any legal challenges or court cases to your knowledge, since this is legislation that's been across the country on these particular issues?
Well, I'm not sure if this exact language has been implemented across the nation, but there are no legal challenges that I'm aware of.
Thank you. We're going to go back to page 10. That question was from page, back to page 9. That was from page 10. Are there any questions on page 9? Representative Woodcock.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Ladd. You jumped those 7 so quickly, I couldn't get my finger on the hand up button. I do have one question, if I may, just allow for a definition on page 7, please, page 8, please.
Page 8?
Yeah, I missed it, Rick. You went over so quickly I couldn't get there.
Okay, just tell us the line number, please.
33 and 34. I'm
Okay.
just curious. I'm curious again what that means without government control. What does that sentence mean? 33 and 34.
Are you using the new amended version or are you on?
I'm on these. I think the one that came on your name, Representative Ladd, not the one that came on a little while ago.
So page 8, lines 33 and 34.
On my version, it talked about the provider getting free from government control. I'm curious what that actually means, definition.
Roman numeral 2, I think is the.
Okay, you must be talking 31 down through, part of that page down to 35 or even 37.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the new one that came this afternoon for you and Representative Allard, line 34 and 35. You're right.
Okay.
What does that actually mean? I mean, I read it and basically says to me they can do anything they want, but I don't know what that means legally or what the intent of it is to mean.
Do you have a response for that, Representative Cordelli?
I believe that the intent there is, especially, we anticipate there are going to be a lot of small, independent service providers, maybe teachers educating a group of students. And we want to make sure that they have the ability to provide the contracted for services. We don't want to get into an over-regulation situation with them. The parents are going to hire those service providers. We don't want to have to get into a waiver situation.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kelly, earlier in our dialogue, you mentioned that ESPs had to be approved by the Department of Education. We went through that long list of schools and providers. So are you telling me just now that a couple of teachers could get together and that it would count?
A couple of teachers can get together. A couple of teachers can get together now and form a charter school.
Well, we're not talking about charter school. You already have that. We're talking, which is working great.
Yes.
We're talking about right now in this bill that talks about, you just said 3 or 4 teachers can get together and so they don't have the regulation. I'm just asking, a little while earlier, you said that they had to be approved by the DOE to be a service provider. I'm just asking which one is the right one.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're getting at with that question. Service providers are added to the system by the scholarship organization at the request of parents who want to have that provider provide services to their child or meet an expense requirement. I'm not sure what you're.
If I might, I think what Representative Woodcock, are you referencing the statement earlier that private schools can have to be on an approved list? That's it.
I was, but when he just said 3 or 4 could get together as a group and work with the students and they wouldn't have any control, why wouldn't that be a group to be approved? That's all. Just seems to me 6 of one, half a dozen another. That's all.
I see.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity, Mr. Lay. And thank you, Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much. I'm more inclined to read that a little bit differently. I would say that in terms of private schools who do not receive government funding or state funding, they don't, and they take a student that has an EFA, they're not going to be bound by the Department of Education rulings or government rulings that are not really applicable to the private school. There's a certain degree of independence in a private school, and they remain not taking federal money or state money simply because they're trying to maintain that independence. That's how I read it.
Thank you.
Would, I'm sorry.
Going on to the page 9, we had discussed, I believe we went to page 10 and did the stuff on the liability of the legal proceedings. Are there any questions regarding anything on page 9?
Mr. Chair, my hand has been up. I've been trying to flag you down.
Okay, hi. Go ahead, Representative Mullen.
Thank you. Nice to see you again. Representative Cordelli, I'm sure that you are probably like me getting lots of correspondence from individuals in the state regarding this bill. It is not lost on me that in the past half hour or so, we have talked about 2 places in the bill where safeguards are put in place to protect the service providers from discriminatory behavior. One being the point that Representative Ellison referenced, and the other one, Representative Woodcock, I think. Did you at any point in time think about putting any language into the bill that would offer some sort of protection to kids and families? I mean, I know I get your point on the fact that federal and state non-discrimination laws exist, but clearly somebody thought it was important enough to protect the service providers that it happens twice in the bill. I'm just wondering whether or not you, in fact, did think about putting something in, or whether or not it was just deemed unnecessary.
I think I would go back to the title of the bill, Education Freedom Accounts. That applies directly to parents, and that they have the ability through this bill to find the best education opportunities for their children. I'm not sure what protections you're thinking that they might require.
Discriminatory protection. I'm referencing specifically the discriminatory clauses for service providers.
In terms of the children being discriminated against, is that?
Yeah, or the families.
I think that parents are going to look for the appropriate and best education opportunities for their child. If that's in the school or some other combination of services, that's what they're going to look for. Just with a child who is being bullied in a private school, they're going to, in a public school, they're going to want to find a better education service opportunity for their child, and that's difficult for them at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just to follow up to Representative Mullen's question to Representative Cordelli. So is there embedded anywhere in this bill protections for youngsters?
Protections for youngsters.
As we talk about discriminatory practice, not parents' choice, not the provider. The providers, the organizations here, the government organizations, the profit-making businesses and nonprofits, they're well covered. They're legally free. There's no liability. I'm just talking about for students. Is there anything embedded in this bill that talks about protecting kids?
So for instance, the two-girls school that Representative Moffett discussed during our public hearing, are you suggesting that you want protections for a young lad who might want to attend one of those schools?
Well, if you're talking about transgender child, Representative Cordelli, I'm not talking about that specifically. I'm talking about any youngster in the school has any safeguards. I see a bill that doesn't incorporate the key element, which is youngsters. There's no safeguards in here. All the protections for the businesses and the operations. That's all I'm asking you. If you put any in or you didn't. I mean, I'm not really sure this is even your bill. The way I read it, you keep answering generalities. I'm just asking, is there anywhere in there about kids, protecting kids? That's all. I don't see any. Just tell me what line. Just tell me what line so I can see it.
I don't think we have to put everything into a statute that's already in law, that the parent, the guardian who has custody of the child has the right to bring forward any kind of issue and use our judicial system to get resolved. That is always open and available.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Was there anything that's left on page 10? Are we down to the bottom right now? Okay, oh, your hands are up. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On page 10, I'm referring to, let's see, lines 6 through 9. And I guess my first question is, does this mean an education savings account is an educational service in itself? Do you understand my question?
Would you please explain it a little bit further?
Sure. So it says on line 8, a pupil enrolled in an education freedom account program pursuant to 194E is therefore exempt from this requirement. This requirement being 193:1. So my question is, well, a little bit of context. 193:1 basically is the compulsory attendance requirement. If you're not attending your local public school district, you're attending, it's okay as long as you're attending a school district outside of a public school outside of your district, or a public or private school accredited in this state or another state, charter school, home school, things like that.
Representative Luno, may I just ask one question? Are you on which amendment are you on? If I may interrupt, I can't follow you.
I'm on, so I may have given you a bad line number, so it's the same language, sorry.
You're at the base of the page, right?
Yes. So yeah, it's section 3, lines 18 through 21.
Representative Leon, can you respond to that, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Luno. This is the portion that creates the education freedom account as a separate educational option from private, public, or homeschooling. This shows the fact that this is an educational choice where the funding comes from the public, but it is directed according to this new law that is being created. Without this inclusion in 193.1, this would be an educational program without a home, and it would cause a lot of confusion. This is simply an implementation that shows that this is the fourth method of attending school: public, private, home, or EFA.
So follow up on that.
Yes.
But isn't having an EFA isn't that used to pay for attending public, private, homeschool? Isn't that what it's supposed to be used for? So you're sort of being circular here, that now it's how you pay for your education satisfies your compulsory. I don't understand how the manner with which you pay for education somehow satisfies a compulsory attendance requirement.
Representative Leon, can you respond to that, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is spelled out as to how the education is delivered at the direction of the parent, regardless of whether they purchase it from public, private, or a la carte options. This is an education that falls upon the parent according to the agreement signed with the scholarship organization. And while it may end up looking a lot like public school, private school, or homeschooling, it is a separate way of educating a student.
So the freedom account is its own way of educating a student, is what you're saying?
Yes.
It's like a financial instrument to me.
Yeah. Wow.
I guess financial.
I
instruments have
I know all about financial instruments. This is actually an educational one that allows the choice of educational service providers, which
That's
can
what
include
it's going on. I know a great deal about financial implications, financial instruments that have social implications as well, and this one does.
Yep. I also have a concentration in course 14, so we're good.
very nice. I didn't take the extra 4 classes to get a math double major, though. Don't know where you are.
Thank you very much. Okay, Representative Tanner. Your hand
After the-
down, Representative Luno, or you've got another question? there?
No, my hand's down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And your last statement about, parents having the ability through the courts, et cetera, to have their oversight of this particular program. When you put a no liability clause in, no liability shall arise from the scholarship or the state or public school or school district based on the award or use of an EFA, doesn't that take away the ability of parents and the ability of a citizen actually who feels that they need some sort of redress to go through legal means?
I'm not an attorney, but I
Neither am I.
don't think you're ever free of something coming at you. And I think if there's something where there's, and I'm not an attorney, but there's gross negligence or issues which are beyond, I think you're always open to answer to the law and to be liable for that. Representative Tanner? Your hands up.
Yeah. Then why is the non-liability clause in there if it's not a form of legal protection for the state, the EFA and the scholarship organization? I'm not a lawyer either, and I never wanted to be one. So I'm just asking from a, untrained point of view here.
This no liability clause is specific to the awarding or the use of the EFA. So it doesn't mean that the organization's free from other purposes.
We done.
Representative Tanner, do you have any follow-up?
No, I get, like I said, we're both struggling, I think, with not being lawyers on this particular issue, but it just seems it just kind of limited liability and non-liability clauses kind of take special focus from me. So.
Thank you very much. Representative Woodcock. You have your hand up?
I do. Well, the last line, if I may, Mr. Chairman, 24, 25, looking at 25 specifically, assuming this bill passes through all the pieces of legislation that needs to go through, what is your expectation of the earliest starting date?
The earliest what? What are you saying? Could you, I didn't catch the last part, please.
I'm just actually a number. I'm sort of lost on line 25. What is the earliest you believe, if this bill passes through all the steps, when do you believe the earliest this bill will be in effect? Time-wise, date-wise.
I believe it's going to take some time to set up. I would hope that if the bill is passed and signed into law in good timing, there might be the opportunity to start awarding accounts in the fall or winter semester as well, possibly.
Follow up?
Nope, that's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any more comments regarding the bill? We've certainly gone now, taken the time to walk through it. And I appreciate some of the comments that have been important for people to listen to and perhaps even to look at, possibilities of maybe needed change. I don't know, but that's up open for discussion right now amongst the writers of the bill.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We appreciate the patience of the committee in looking at all these. This is a critical bill that's facing the legislature, and we've taken an appropriate amount of time to deal with this. We've been at this for almost 2.5 hours now. Would it be appropriate, we would like to caucus, but I think it might be a good time to have a break before we actually start the debate on the bill. We would like to take about a 20-minute caucus, if we may.
Yes, and I'm even looking possibly right now, based upon what has been discussed here, and I know that there are some typo errors or errors in here that result from legislative services. I'm more inclined right now to take action on this thing first thing tomorrow morning.
Fine.
And
if that's your decision to wait and act on it tomorrow morning, then we will reserve our caucus for a later time.
Yes, and I think that, given all that's been said, I think it'd be wise, to wait until tomorrow morning. I know we're under the deadline is this an early bill to get everything out, but it's an important bill as it's been discussed here in the last 2+ hours. So I will recess the discussion on this bill, and we'll bring it up on the top of the docket tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gives ample time for caucusing too amongst various folks. I'm also going to take about a 5-minute break right now. There's some of us been sitting in chairs here, and it's time to get up and stretch those legs. Also to maybe take a walk across the hallway. So we'll come back. Yeah, at around 1/4 after. This clock says it's about 7 or 8 after right now.
That's
So
good.
1/4 after the hour, we'll come back.
Don't everybody run at once. Oh. Okay.
Boy, it's dry in here.
Let's go home.
They need to have a humidifier in here or something. It's just awful. Okay, can folks hear me out there? Thank you very much. I was just commenting to folks here, we need to get a humidifier in this room. Everybody's eyes are bloodshot because, you know, it's dry air and it's wintertime.
Yeah, with all us.
Okay.
Are there a lot of people there, or is it just, I mean, are the
Yeah,
committees meeting today? or-
Well, there's 9 people in the room at this point in time,
Yeah,
yes.
that was 10.
Or 10.
Yeah, what, Janae?
10 because Janine's 10. But in the morning, it's great, but in the afternoon time, you know, it just gets, I guess it's not moving around either. Okay, thank you very much. So we have recessed HB 20 till tomorrow morning.
Okay.
At 9 o'clock. We'll pick that up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The other bill which we have in front of us now is 608. And I think you all have a amendment for that. Plus you may have received also the an analysis of the dollars that was sent out by DOE. Where there is a question in that one that I'm very concerned with the how the money is allocated. As some districts are losing huge amounts, and that's all dating back to the stabilization issue, which started in 2012 and has haunted us all these years. In fact, actually even started prior to 2012.
Yeah.
And to make some of the districts whole, as they did that back in 2008, there was a small hold harmless. I am very much thinking of putting a small hold harmless. It would cost around $25 million to hold harmless and to then make the bill a little bit more palatable. My primary need, our goal is to get a bill that can go on to House Finance and be a working tool to start moving us towards some kind of a biennium budget that's going to be reflective of some of those goals we all have of trying to help the districts that need the help and the children who need the help.
Great wafer.
So where I'm looking at right now is that I have received information from the folks over at the Department of Education on that. The analysis came in today for the first time. I saw it and I'm not pleased with what I'm looking at. I've also talked with them on the phone since, and they are crafting some support to the language of the bill that might help us better send a better bill. And regardless whether you support it or you don't support it, I'd like to make sure we have the best possible product for the 608 moving forward. If we can do that, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to recess the hearing on 608 also to tomorrow morning. The other bills which we have scheduled are not early bills. Those are not early bills. So that allows us the morning to look at both of these bills and to try to make some decision one way or the other. So I don't think there's any need to get into much of a discussion on 608 at this point in time, seeing that we will be into that tomorrow morning. Comments?
Mr. Tim,
Representative Bohm.
what time do we have to have these bills done by tomorrow morning?
We're going to have them done by noon.
Thank you.
Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Seeing as 608 was scheduled for,
I mean,
it was scheduled for being executive.
Yep, right. So are we going to be holding a hearing?
No.
We already had the hearing.
No, we've
Okay,
already
okay.
had the hearing.
That's what I thought.
And as we have done many times before with all sorts of bills, especially some of the previous funding bills, we have modified them. You and I have modified them together when we gone over the LBA and looked at the calculator, you know, and made those subsequent changes. This is what it's occurring right now, and I'd like to have that opportunity to do it.
Right, yeah, I don't have, Mr. Chair, I don't have a problem with that. I thought I heard you use the word hearing before.
I'm so tired right now, Dave. Yeah. You know, it's just like my eyeballs having a hard time looking at the screen.
No, that's fine. And you know, I do appreciate the fact that you sent over an amendment yesterday, and then there was another amendment to 608 this morning, and that other amendment that literally just minor changes. Are you looking at material changes to the bill in a new amendment, or are you looking at updated financials?
I'm looking, Dave, at Representative Luno. I just keep it proper, I guess.
It's okay.
Even though we know each other. I've looked at that analysis, which is just a quick analysis done by Matt over at the Department of Education.
By Mark, right.
By Mark, excuse me, Mark. And I don't like some of the figures I'm seeing. And then I looked at it and I think we both probably would look at it and say, well, a lot of this is resultant of where we've been on stabilization. And I want to look back at 2020, not the year where we had the one-time money last year, looking back at 2020 and finding out what it has to, and using that as a base, and looking to see if there's a need for a hold harmless, as they did with the joint study back in 2008. There was a small hold harmless, if you go back and look at that there as well. We're living with this stabilization, which is a part of our past in funding here in the state. And it's going to be difficult to get out of that trench. I think that there's a way to at least get this forward. I personally am a lot like Representative Steve Smith. I want to see something come through that we can basically afford as a state, that's sustainable, and it's going to meet the needs of the students that we've all discussed. And right now, as 608 stands, it needs more work. And I'm hoping that we can get something done. If not, then I see everything being done through HB1 and HB2.
Right.
And so I'd like us to be able to really send something over, at least gives a vehicle for use. So, and that's it. I can't offer anything more on that this evening. I look forward to discussion tomorrow, although we're going to have to try. We've had a very good discussion regarding HB 20 this afternoon. A lot of good comments. We've got to look at that. And I've got to get some quick language out to Legislative Services this afternoon, and they head out in about 35 minutes or so. 4 o'clock is when they close shop down. So I've got to scoot and really start doing some work with Caitlin. So with that, is there anything else this evening? I would suspect that if we put, with recessing this bill and recessing 20, that we will not be able to get to all those bills that are other bills on the Thursday docket. We will get things done in the morning. There's a possibility we could get to a few of those bills, like maybe the civics testing. That's the old immigration test we've all talked about at one time or other. We can be looking at, I'm not going to look at anything that's really going to be long and drawn out. These are not early bills, although I do want to let everybody know that by the 18th of March, we need to have our bills out. Some of the bills we're not going to be able to get out. We should probably just retain and work on them. and hold them for the second year of this biennium. But there are some good bills ahead of us, and some of them are curricular bills and directly relating to students in schools. We need to address all those. Even the bill that's dealing with the food service program. I think there's a lot of merit to that. I was supportive of that last year, of allowing surplus food to be used by those youngsters that really could benefit from that food out in Indiana. So there's some good stuff out in front of us. We just got to look at it and try to tweak it and make it, work and answer those questions. I would appreciate anybody that's involved with that bill to be looking at what we decided in the previous year and saying, were there some issues that were brought up that we can try to get an amendment put together to perhaps help it? And that applies to all those bills. I saw your hand up, Representative Lay.
It's okay. Thank you.
You're good?
Yep.
Okay, so I got to run because I got to get legislative services working. Legislative service has been working, but it's the stuff we're getting back. There are errors, and I think it's not because of folks. It's because of the rush everybody's under, and they're trying to get things done quickly. Haste makes waste, right? So everybody have a good afternoon, and thank you for your listening and comments today. Take care.
Thanks, Rick.